which has started, and hopefully the World Cup and also sports can help to give also a little bit more speed to that.
What have your players been saying? What's their take on it all?
It's difficult if you talk about 25 players, different personalities, but most of them are, of course, a little bit concerned. They also want to be informed and to understand better what are the problems, and they think about how they have to behave in the country, but also when the questions from the media come.
I want to get your reaction to the exclusion of the Russian national team, the Russian club sides from both FIFA and UEFA competition.
Well, sanctions are always hard, and often it gets also to people who don't deserve it, and like here the athletes or the players. But on the other side, I think it's a very strong message, and it's also a message of solidarity with that. So hopefully these sanctions can go soon, that we find peace. Everybody wants to have it. We are still shocked, and I think also in this area sports will not be decisive. Putin won't stop the war because Russian clubs can't play in the Champions League or in the EuroLeague, but we also have to give here our message.
Was it the right decision to exclude
the
players, the athletes?
Yeah.
People often talk about the power of sport. Do you see sport, football, having a role through any of this at any level?
Sports can help bringing people together. That's the most important thing for us. And in all my travels that I had, I could see what a World Cup can make. Bringing people together, understanding a little bit different mentalities. We have a voice, so I think it's very important that sports gives every time a message.
Germany's Oliver Bierhoff speaking to Patrick Snell. Now, global golf is buzzing at the prospect of another miraculous Tiger Woods comeback at the Masters. Just days ago, we still had no idea when or even if he would ever play competitively again, following those severe leg injuries he suffered in last year's car crash. But now, following a flying visit to Augusta National for a practice round, the sport's in a frenzy that he could make his return at the tournament he's won 5 times before, including, so famously, in 2019. Well, while the Masters isn't until April, the opening major of the women's golf season is about to tee off on Thursday in Palm Springs, California. And it's the end of an era for the tournament. We end world sport with our latest Rolex Minute. Goodbye.
This hour, after what seemed like some progress in talks with Ukraine, Russia now says there were no major breakthroughs. I'm Becky Anderson. Hello and welcome back to Connect the World. I want to begin with a question tonight. Is there any evidence to back up Russia's claims it's scaling back its combat operations around the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, and the northern city of Chernihiv? Well, the answer, coming from Ukraine and the US Pentagon, is an emphatic no. In fact, there is evidence the Kremlin is actually intensifying its bombing. Today in Chernihiv, the mayor tells CNN the city came under fire in what he calls a colossal attack. And I must warn you, this next video that I'm about to show you does contain graphic images. These are the streets of Irpin, a suburb of Kyiv, and you can see the extent of the death and destruction there. Ukraine's Interior Ministry telling CNN that Irpin is littered with Russian mines and booby traps. Now, this is a US official tells CNN Russian President Vladimir Putin is being misinformed by senior advisors about just how poorly Russia's military is performing because they are, they believe, too afraid to tell him the truth. Continued support for Ukraine expected to be the main topic as the US and Ukrainian presidents hold a phone call. That call was expected to start moments ago, according to the White House, and we will get you any news from that call as we get it. Well, Ukraine and Russia agreed to 3 evacuation corridors, at least, out of Mariupole, Melitopol and Eneroda today. That's that news today. Earlier, I spoke to the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi, who is in leave in Ukraine, about just how hard it is to get people out on these sort of routes. Have a listen.
I just spoke to some of my colleagues, my UNHCR colleagues of the team here, who were based in Mariupol, and some of them managed to get out. Some others are inside, and we cannot communicate with them at this point. These are our colleagues. But those who came out told me about the extent of the suffering. So I think that we need those windows to be able to bring relief and maybe to help people get out. But, you know, we've spoken about this corridor, safe passage for a long time. The UN, the Red Cross, we were able to help a couple of times. We helped in Sumy, we helped in Kharkiv just last week. But to do that, we need firm commitment that there will be no fighting, and we need a bit of time. You cannot do these things in a couple of hours. You need time to get in, distribute, and help people get out. It's very complex, and it needs those reassurances. Otherwise, we cannot do it.
Well, that's Filippo Grandi, the head of the UNHCR. I want to show you this map now. It highlights the places near Kyiv where Russian troops are still operating, mostly to the northwest, as you can see, and the northeast of the city. CNN's Fred Plotkin spoke with residents and Ukrainian troops in the capital to find out what they make of Russia's pledge to pull back their military operations. Have a listen.
Even after Russia announced it plans to withdraw most forces from around Kyiv, the fighting continues. Residents we spoke to told us they don't believe Moscow's words are for real. On the one hand, they retreat, and on the other, they will transfer their efforts to other positions, Alexander says, so it's difficult to talk about a withdrawal. I do not believe in it. It's probably just a rotation, says Yuri. It's a regrouping of their troops. Despite its forces being stalled near Kyiv for weeks, Russia claims it will withdraw because it has achieved its military objectives and now wants to make a positive gesture to Ukraine, Moscow's negotiating team said after talks in Istanbul. A decision was made to radically, at times, reduce military activity in the Kyiv and Chernihiv directions, said Russia's deputy defense minister. But the Russians also made clear this is not a ceasefire, and the sounds of heavy battles still reverberate around the capital. But the territorial defense forces at this checkpoint say, make no mistake, if the Russians really do withdraw, it's because they lost.
From the first days of war, it was obvious that Russians will be defeated on the battlefield, in the diplomatic field and political field. It was out of the questions.
While many here hope the battle for Kiev could end soon, the toll both in blood and infrastructure is massive. And parliamentarian Roman Hryszczuk tells me he's not sure Ukrainians will ever be able to trust Russia again.
How long do you think it could take to make relations better again, before there can be trust between Russia and Ukraine again?
I don't believe...
Or trust towards the Russians, I would say.
I think it will be years and years, maybe hundreds of years. And, you know, every people in Ukraine lost all their house, of relatives, of friends in this war. And our children, they have a night in shelter, they listen to these bombs, and it's for ages.
While both Ukrainian and Russian negotiators say talks to end this war are progressing, few in the capital trust that peace could be coming soon. Fred Pleitkin, CNN, Kiev, Ukraine.
Well, I want to get you now some satellite images. These are new, and these show the destruction of the besieged city of Mariupol. It would be hard to imagine this scale of devastation without actually seeing it. Entire city blocks obliterated. Homes, markets, theatres, whole neighbourhoods reduced to ashes. And you can see in these photos how it looked in one part of Mariupol before and after the Russian bombs fell. This was once a vibrant city, now left in ruins. And we're also getting new images of the Mariupol theatre, which was sheltering civilians when Russia bombed it earlier this month. Ukrainian officials say about 300 people inside were killed. A survivor is speaking to CNN about her family's terrifying experience. Up to 1,300 people were inside when Russia bombed that theatre. Here's CNN's Ivan Watson with a heartbreaking story of survival.
This was the Mariupol Drama Theater before Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, a cultural and architectural symbol of the city. And when the Russian military laid its deadly siege of Mariupol, the theater became a safe haven.
6 people, like with a cat, we go on the street and Russian tanks started to shooting us, and we're running with craziness, and then we go to the theater, and you know what, in the theater was a lot of people. They was like, be okay, we have a food, they give us a tea, and they said like, you should find a place where you could like a bed.
This woman and her family recently escaped from Mariupol.
My name is Maria Kutnyakova. I'm from Mariupol. I'm Maria from Mariupol.
On the morning of March 16th, Maria, her mother, sister, and cat joined hundreds of other civilians sheltering in the theater. Footage from March 10th shows families huddled there in the dark, feeling protected perhaps by the signs "Дети," children in Russian, that volunteers posted outside the building. Shortly after arriving, Maria went to check whether an uncle who lived nearby was still alive.
Now I hearing the noise of the plane, like bombs plane. We know how it's how it's this noise because it's bombed every day.
She returned to the theater to find it destroyed.
So I understand that my family in the theater, and everyone screaming the names, you know, like Mama, Papa, Losha, Sasha, and I'm started calling like Mom, Galia.
Footage of the immediate aftermath shows dazed civilians covered in dust, while the roof over the main auditorium had completely collapsed.
When the theater was bombed, my sister was standing with the window, and the window was like blow up, and she's fallen down. And my mom was in another part of the theater, and wall fallen to her.
Maria's mother and sister were wounded, but survived.
Your sister, is she doing all right?
No.
Really?
She's like contused.
She's got a concussion.
Yeah.
Shortly after the initial strike on the theater, Maria says what was left of the building came under a fresh artillery attack.
Everyone started screaming that theater is on fire, so we should run. And we're running, but Russians bombed it. So we running from the theater, and bombs was like this.
It eventually took 9 days for Maria and her family to get through Russian checkpoints and reach relative safety in Ukrainian-controlled territory.
You seem very positive and upbeat right now.
I understand that I'm very lucky. You understand, like thousands and hundreds of people still in Mariupol, and they bombed. They have no food, no water, they have no medicine, nothing. And I understand I'm very lucky. Like, I have my arms, I have my legs, what I need anymore, nothing.
And your family.
Yeah, and my family. My cat is safe, so like...
This is little Mushka. She's a 2-year-old cat, and she survived the bombing of the Mariupol theater with her family. And they're now headed to Western Ukraine in this bus.
But no one knows how many people may have died under the rubble. Russia has denied that its forces bombed the theater, and Russian state TV recently showed what was left of it after Russian troops moved into this part of the city. Judging by the damage, the Russian reporter claims, it was bombed from the inside. He alleges there is information that Ukrainian nationalists organized a terrorist attack here, a claim that people inside the theater strongly reject.
Are you angry right now?
No, I want that Russian just go away. This is Ukrainian territory. I don't understand why they come in and tell me that it's not my land. They're not fighting with the army. They're fighting with every citizen. You know, they bombed hospitals, they bombed kindergartens, they bombed the houses of peaceful people. They're not fighting with the army.
Maria and her family rush to a waiting van. The driver will take them for free to Western Ukraine, where Maria hopes her sister can safely recover from her injuries.
Ivan Watson is in Zaporizhia in southwestern Ukraine. So Mariupol residents managing to escape to that city. Maria's story is absolutely remarkable, and one hopes that her, the family, the cat has made it out. You've been talking to people who've also escaped. What are they telling you?
I mean, it's similar stuff, basically daily, around-the-clock bombardment that they endure. No services, in the cold, in their homes or in their basements, no food, no water. If somebody gets sick or injured, no access to health care. And then when people do finally get up here to the city of Zaporizhia, and I mean, look behind me, you've got a river, there are people hanging out, walking their dogs, walking with their families. The evacuees look a bit shell-shocked, and it's understandable because for them, this is the first kind of peace and calm that they've seen in a month. And this is also after they've undergone the additional indignity and fear of going through Russian military checkpoints where they're searched, where their phones are searched, the same military that has been destroying their city. And then they finally reach here, and they are, again, a bit shell-shocked. This city, so far, spared the ground war, but located just a half-hour's drive from Russian military positions and Russian tanks. So families like Maria's, yes, they took a couple days to take a deep breath and try to get over the trauma that they've endured, but then they did not waste any time. They've moved further west, deeper into Ukrainian-controlled territory, because it's still simply too scary for them to be this close to the Russian military. And this is a city where it is blacked out at night. There are curfews here, and there are air raid sirens, and there's a lot of security here because it is an emergency situation. And especially now with talk of Russia and its military de-escalating in the north of the country and focusing on the Donbass, that is near to here, that is southeastern Ukraine, and that raises the stakes and the fears and the feelings of insecurity in cities like this. Becky.
The reality of this war on the ground. Ivan, thank you. Well, Europe is on edge as it enters an economic standoff with Russia over these gas supplies. Germany has issued an early warning today that there could be natural gas shortages after Russia threatened to cut off supplies if it wasn't paid in rubles. Remember, Germany gets so much of its gas from Russia. The Netherlands also bracing for an energy crunch. The Dutch government planning a campaign to encourage the public to use less gas. Let's bring in David McKenzie. He's live out of London for you today. And, you know, clearly the European countries are very concerned at this point about what could be an extremely difficult situation. One, should Russia turn off those gaps? And anyway, as the Europeans try and wean themselves off this gas. What do we know, David?
Well, Becky, weaning off the gas will take some time. Some 40% of European Union's gas is provided by Russia, and that places the Union in a very awkward position at the moment. While they've put very crippling sanctions on Vladimir Putin's government, there is now this potentially escalating situation. The German economic minister saying that hospitals, businesses, even households should try and limit their use of natural gas. As you say, putting it on this early warning, this first level of an early warning that there might be a squeeze on gas supplies, also coming from the Dutch government and other governments. And it speaks to the possible political cost, of course, nowhere near the level of cost being dealt with by the Ukrainian people, but the cost that will be coming to the European Union and voters in the European Union. The regional bloc has been remarkably united in pushing for sanctions, giving lethal and non-lethal aid to the Ukrainian government. This will be the first sign, I think, that there could be economic pain ahead, and if the Russian government chooses to try and force them to pay in rubles as opposed to euros and dollars, something that the economic minister on Monday called blackmail, then you really could have a very serious standoff between Russia and the EU, and you could see shortages coming in. It's not at that point yet. There still are reserves, but this is something that could escalate if this conflict drags on for many weeks and months ahead. Becky?
Yeah, David Mackenzie on the story out of London. Thank you. Well, ahead on this show, it was an unflinching show of support. 3 European Union leaders visited Ukraine's president in Kyiv with the city under bombardment. I'm sure you will recall that visit a week or so ago. We're going to speak to one of them, the Prime Minister of Slovenia, about that visit, the intention and what was achieved. And this hour, as Israelis have seen this several times in the past week, the funeral of someone killed by a militant. A look at what is causing this spike in violent attacks after this. Well, a catastrophe on top of a catastrophe. That is how David Beasley, the head of the World Food Programme, is describing food insecurity inside of Ukraine. And with Russia and Ukraine being key global suppliers of wheat and corn, this crisis has the potential to stretch far beyond the conflict zone. A few hours ago, I was here at Expo with the president of the International Fund for Agricultural Development about just how bad this could get. Have a listen.
What I'm very, very much worried about is the supply side, the supply of the inputs that the producers require to really keep up with the production, and particularly for the small-scale producers, and in the low-income countries and the lower middle-income countries, particularly countries that are net energy importers or food importers.
You and I are meeting here in Dubai, and we're in the Gulf. The wider Middle East and Africa region is very food insecure. We know that, dependent to the tune of some 40% on wheat and corn exports from Ukraine. Can you just explain how the war in Ukraine could affect this region?
It's already affecting, because you have some countries in the Gulf. They invest a lot in Ukraine, in Russia for the production, so that that could be part of their food security strategy. And the war that is happening automatically shut down that door, which is one. Secondly, you have a lot of, I will tell you a story of a small business family in Ghana, bakery products. But then all of a sudden, overnight, they have to stop the production, which they have been doing for 20 years. One, because of shortage of supply. Secondly, because of the price increases, the demand is not there anymore.
You're giving me an example from Ghana. One assumes that that is echoed in places like Yemen.
Yeah, exactly.
And in Egypt, and in Syria.
In Somalia.
A decade ago, this region was on fire, and the conflicts that were created by an increase in bread prices, a food insecurity story, the repercussions of those protests and that insecurity is still playing out today. Are you concerned that if we see similar issues with food security, that this region could be headed for conflict again?
No, it's very, very clear the nexus between the food insecurity and the social peace. The food insecurity and the social cohesion and the resentment that the population will feel. And very often what we have seen over the years, that coupled with the challenge we are facing in terms of inequality in the society, just exacerbate the global situation. So the danger of increased conflicts is very high.
Well, for the third time in a week, a militant attack has left Israeli citizens dead. The latest incident happened Tuesday night near Tel Aviv. A gunman opened fire in a mostly Orthodox community, killing 5 people. Police eventually shot and killed the attacker. 5 people connected to the gunman have been arrested. The Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade is claiming responsibility for that attack and says it was in response to a meeting earlier this week of Arab foreign ministers and Israeli officials. CNN's Hadass Gold is in Israel with the very latest. Let's just talk about the why here. Certainly these attackers say this was in response to a summit held in the Negev desert this week, attended by Israel and 4 Arab countries, historic in and of itself. Just to explain the context to what we are seeing here.
Well, listen, Becky, tensions have been rising for some time. There have been several stabbing attacks in Jerusalem, shootings of Palestinians in the West Bank by Israeli security forces. But this past week has been particularly deadly in Israel. There have been 3 attacks that have taken place in the past week. The death toll now at 11. Last night here on this street in Bnei Brak, a very ultra-Orthodox city just east of Tel Aviv, an assailant came down this street with an M16 rifle, shooting actually 2 Ukrainian citizens just behind me in front of this convenience store. before shooting a driver and then a father holding his young baby before police did engage with him. He did manage to shoot one of those police officers who later succumbed to his wounds. But as I said, this is the third attack in a week, and the other two attacks happening in other parts of Israel. They were actually done by assailants who were affiliated at different points with ISIS. This attack on Tuesday night was done, police say, by a Palestinian from the West Bank, as you noted, the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade taking responsibility for the attack, tying it directly to that summit in the Negev earlier this week. But Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett saying that Israel is facing a wave of murderous Arab terrorism. He is promising to fight the terror with an iron fist. And the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas has also come out condemning the killing and warning about rising tensions, especially because in a curious twist of the calendar this year, Becky, Ramadan, Passover, and Easter are all overlapping. So security officials have been worried for some time that all of these holidays coming together and the tensions rising in Jerusalem and the West Bank would only further inflame tensions. And right now they are saying that they are in a wave of terrorism. Becky?
Thank you, Hadass. Folks, I want to get you up to speed on some of the other stories that are on our radar right now. And starting today, the Saudi-led coalition says it will halt military operations in Yemen. Now, this is part of an effort to help peace talks between the warring factions during the Muslim holy month of Ramadan, which starts in just a few days. The move also comes as Saudi Arabia hosted its allies in Riyadh for consultations. The Iran-backed Houthis announced their own succession of attacks earlier this week. Pakistan's Prime Minister Imran Khan is facing a no-confidence vote. There is speculation he may be forced to resign. Mr. Khan's biggest ally in the National Assembly has switched to the opposition party. They now have 177 votes, more than enough to depose Mr. Khan. And the Nigerian military is trying to find passengers who were kidnapped during an attack on a train. Officials say an armed gang bombed the trains between Abuja and Kaduna, forcing the train to stop, then opened fire. 8 passengers were killed, 26 were injured, and it's unclear how many were taken, but more than 360 were on board. Well, ahead on this show, I speak to the Slovenian Prime Minister after his and ask him to weigh in on Ukraine's latest proposal to Russia. A US official says Washington believes that Vladimir Putin's senior advisors are misinforming the Russian president just about how poorly Russia's military is performing in its war against Ukraine. The official also saying the advisors, they believe the advisors aren't revealing the true economic impact of Western sanctions because they are too afraid to tell him the truth. Well, inside Ukraine, officials rejecting Russian claims of de-escalation around Kyiv and Chernihiv. This video, first posted online, showing the aftermath of what the Chernihiv mayor is calling a colossal attack. That happened overnight and happening despite apparent progress in peace talks. Well, my next guest is one of the 3 European leaders who visited Kyiv to meet with President Zelensky about 2 weeks ago to express their support for Ukraine. You can see him during that visit here in blue. Well, Janez Janša is the Prime Minister of Slovenia and joins me now from the capital, Ljubljana. How did you find President Zelensky when you saw him?
Well, good morning, Becky. We found President Zelensky determined to fight. And after our visit, I'm convinced 100% that Ukraine will win. But the time is of essence because every day people are dying. So we have to do everything we can to support them, to help them to defend themselves.
Well, we need to find a solution to all of this, don't we? And everybody wants an end to what's going on. What do you understand to be the details of Ukraine's proposal for Russia after yesterday's talks? And what do you make of that proposal?
Well, when we spoke with President Zelensky and Prime Minister Shmyhal and their colleagues, they told us that Ukraine, after what happened, they are prepared to change the constitution. They are prepared to propose to their nation for a referendum, changing the constitution and abandoning their wish to join NATO. But at the same time, they want institutional guarantees for their security, and they see these institutional guarantees for the security in the full membership of the European Union and some stronger guarantees from the world powers than they got in Budapest Memorandum 1994. So I think that they're serious.
Can you just be a little clearer about that? Yeah.
Well, I think that they realized, sadly, that they need NATO now, and they don't have NATO membership and Article 5 guarantees. So why to stick with this goal? Because currently it's not helping them. So they made, I think they made some kind of pragmatic decision, because after they will win this war, I think that there will be NATO wanting them to join. The situation will be quite different than it is when they will win this war. The Ukrainian army will be one of the strongest, if not the strongest army on the European continent, aside of Russia. But this is also, this last sentence is also questionable. So I think that now the ball is in our field, in the European field, when we have to provide as fast as possible track to the full membership, and on NATO members or democratic countries across the world to support Ukraine with as much military help as possible. Because this is the only thing which will stop the war.
And let's talk about that, because the US is working with Slovakia to identify the requirements that will allow them to give S-300s to Ukraine. Many countries have been, quite frankly, hesitant to send Soviet-era air defense systems to Ukraine. Is the hesitation, to your mind, due to the possibility that would provoke Russia to extend this assault, this attack, into Europe? And do you support any offers of S-300s? For example, the Turks have said they're not sending their S-400s. They're theirs, and they need their own defence. Do you support the offer, any offer of S-300 air defence missile systems to Ukraine at this point?
Yes, I support this because this is the equipment the Ukraine needs the most, because they are against the defense for the middle and high altitudes, and Russia is dominating those two parts of the sky. So I support this, but I don't support speaking a lot about what we are giving them. I'm supporting strongly to deliver and not to speak about this. And there are some countries which are helping, but they are not speaking about this help. And there are some countries which are speaking. And of course, unfortunately, there are some countries which are reluctant to do something.
Do you want to be a bit more specific?
For those countries who are helping and they don't want to speak about it, I don't want to be specific. For those countries who are reluctant to help, we don't know for sure which countries they are, because some of the countries they are delivering the help, but they are denying it publicly because of different reasons.
This is really interesting. Sorry, I don't mean with respect, and I don't mean to butt in, but this is really interesting because we're being told that there's this real sense of unity. And, you know, let's be quite clear, there has been a real coming together by Europe and the US, by the NATO allies, to ensure this kind of, pincer-like reaction on Russia. But are you telling me that behind the scenes, everything is not as unified in Europe as we might be led to believe?
Well, frankly speaking, as you said, our unity is much bigger than it was expected, especially bigger than it was expected from Kremlin. It was also bigger than I expected because I was aware of the details, and Russian aggression really found us on the left foot, unprepared, frankly speaking. But if we calculate everything, what we are doing, I don't think it is enough. I strongly support the demand from President Zelensky delivered on the last NATO summit, when he said, please, friends, give us 1% of your military reserves, and we will be able to defend ourselves. And we are not all together. We are not giving them 1% of our reserves. Some country, yes, some country even more.
I understand.
But not all.
Your country is one of Europe's most dependent countries in terms of Russian oil and gas imports. But you've expressed support for Europe's push to phase out that dependence. What are you doing to achieve that? And what will these short-term shock effects look like in Slovenia?
Well, first of all, thanks God, the spring is coming, so the winter is over. And we are doing everything we can to get rid of this dependency till the end of this year. We are speaking with neighboring countries, with some other countries for the alternative sources and also the routes of supply. We will build another pipelines. Yesterday I visited our neighbor in Croatia. We discussed how to cooperate with the increasing of LNG terminal in their country to be able also to supply Slovenia and some other countries of the Central Europe. So I think that this, finishing the dependency on the Russian energents will happen much sooner than Kremlin is expecting. But of course, currently we are facing a really sad story, because with the payments for the Russian gas and oil and coal, we are practically financing the aggression and the war.
Are you prepared to pay for Russian energy in rubles while you are still dependent on it?
No, nobody in Europe is prepared to pay in rubles. This is also against the contracts which were signed, and I think that the message from our ministers was very clear. I saw yesterday the message from the G7 ministers, so nobody will pay in rubles, I believe. Actually, we don't know how they look like.
Prime Minister, it's good to have you on, sir. I know you're a busy man. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Slovenian,
thank you for everything
Minister,
you're
for you
doing
folks.
to covering.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, how one Ukrainian lawmaker is fighting back against Russia's war on her country. My colleague Christian Amanpour has that story coming up. Well, even as the death toll rises and the humanitarian crisis deepens, we are still seeing the resilience, the spirit of so many Ukrainians. CNN met up with a member of the Ukrainian parliament who is armed and is ready to defend her country. Christian Amanpour has her story.
Day 34 of war, and the sounds are all around.
There we go. Yeah. That sort of disturbs your day all the time, but you learn to live with it.
Ukrainian MP Lesia Vasilenko says that after a month of this, she, like her president and countryfolk, believe the Russians will never take this city, though fighting does continue in the suburbs. She wanted to meet here at Maidan Square, where Ukrainians stood up for their rights in 2014 and brought down Putin's wrath and his revenge. Given his battlefield setbacks, though, I asked whether his shifting demands make a diplomatic compromise easier for Ukraine to accept.
Now there's word, we don't know whether it's going to bear fruit, but that they might allow Ukraine to join EU as long as you renounce the NATO. Is that a compromise that Ukraine would accept?
All of this started 34 days ago because one country cannot declare itself more sovereign than another country. And Russia tried to do just that. We cannot go for that compromise because that compromise to Putin would also mean a compromise of the general framework of defense and security of the world. Giving in to dictators means incentivizing them.
Ukraine's dramatic resistance surprised the whole world, including Vladimir Putin.
3 days they gave us, right? Putin thought he would be here in a matter of hours. We are doing this for our very survival, and when the survival instinct kicks in, people can do amazing things. People become superheroes, and this is what you're witnessing in Ukraine.
Lesia is armed with her guns. The AK-47 is at home today, but she shows me her pistol, held close to her heart.
Lesia, when we spoke in the first week of the war before I got here, you said, I've got my machine gun, and you've tweeted that I've also got my manicures.
Yes.
Your resistance takes many, many forms. And you're actually carrying your pistol right now.
I am. I do have my PM with me, and I carry it actually with me all the time.
And did you ever imagine in your life that as an MP in 2022 in Ukraine, you'd be forced to carry a gun around?
No, never, never. I'm actually very much anti-gun, and this gun caused a lot of problems for me because in order to recharge it, you have to sort of like do this thing, and with the nails, I had very nice, beautiful, long nails. It was impossible to do so. They had to all come off.
And just so people are clear, the idea of beauty, self-maintenance, is also resistance.
Yes, all jokes aside, it's an important element for all women who are fighting alongside the manfolk here. The women still want to be beautiful. They still want to have dignity as women.
And to be human.
And to be human.
He basically said, Putin, that Ukraine doesn't exist as a nation. You don't exist as a people.
And we say to him, life goes on, we carry on living. Your war, you're fighting against us is in the background now. And we'll go on fighting it for as long as we have to, but we will go on living at the same time.
She is still an MP. Parliament is still passing laws. And since an army marches on its stomach, this too is their fight, their war effort. And so the ordinary becomes extraordinary, peeling carrots as if they were stacking up bullets. This trendy brunch and bar has turned into a wartime canteen, chopping onions in a frenzy of efficiency and purpose.
Do you feel you're going to win?
Of course, we must destroy the Russian army.
You said you must destroy the Russian army? Yeah.
So they help turn out 600 meals a day and counting for the army and territorial defense, for hospitals and shelters. Outside, Lesia shows me the pictures of her 3 young children, who she's had to send away for their safety.
This is my baby from this morning.
Wow.
This
and
is my
she's
youngest.
How old?
She's going to be 10 months in just a couple of days.
Wow.
On the first
That must be painful to be without her.
It is, and she's sort of looking at you like, really, Mommy? Really? You're going to be away from me?
Staying on the front lines with this struggle comes at a huge personal cost, but Lesia has no doubts.
I am where I have to be. I mean, things happen for a reason. I'm a firm believer in that. There's a reason why I was elected in 2019. We have a task, we have a duty, and we will complete it, and then we will see where life takes us.
Christiana Manpour, CNN, Kyiv.
Well, Nick Robinson's joining us now live from Brussels, where he's been monitoring the latest on the diplomatic efforts to try and end this bloody war. It is remarkable when you see Christian's report there, the spirit and resilience of people in Ukraine. Nobody, though, wants this war to go on a moment longer. The Kremlin says, though, that there have been no breakthroughs in Russia-Ukraine talks yet. So clearly, despite the sort of, slight optimism yesterday, there is a lot of work to be done before this comes to an end, Nick.
Yeah, because Russia wants peace on its terms. This is very clear, and its terms are that Ukraine, or part of it, so should be subjugated to their armed forces. The Ukrainians have said very clearly from the beginning, and we heard, interestingly, from Dmitry Peskov, the President Putin spokesman today, saying it was good that Ukrainians had finally sort of written down and made some concrete proposals about ending or bringing about peace. this. Ukrainians have been very clear from the beginning. The Russians from the beginning have said Ukrainians were coming to the negotiating table not knowing what they wanted. The Ukrainians, however, have been very clear, which is no to an invasion, and now you've invaded, get your invading forces out. There's a complete difference of opinion here. Of course, this is, the substance of what goes into peace talks, and that's why the talks yesterday, because there was some substance in it, gave some room for optimism, a glimpse at perhaps what a possible peace deal could look like. But the two sides are so far apart. And I think one of the interesting things from today has been Sergei Lavrov in China meeting with his counterpart, the foreign minister there, both of them saying, they're ready to strengthen their strategic partnership and make the relationship even stronger. When you're standing here outside the European Commission building, listening to the diplomats here, the head or the sort of senior most person on the China portfolio for the European Parliament has made it very clear that if China does decide to back and support Russia, more than it's done already, he said, then the European Union needs to take a very tough line, indeed, take measures against China. So, when you look at it in this magnitude, we are really still in the early stages of all of this, early stages of the fallout of the war, early stages of the discussion of how to end it, and clearly a complete difference of opinion on what an end state would look like.
We know that President Zelensky and Joe Biden, the US president, are speaking likely as you and I speak, and as soon as we get the readout of that, we will get it to our viewers. Meantime, we also know the US president spoke to European leaders yesterday about sanctions. Do we have any idea what came out of that, the detail of what might happen next?
Well, I think yesterday we saw some of the indications of what will happen next. Quite a number of Russian diplomats were turfed out of European countries. 4 from Ireland, 1 from the Czech Republic, 21 from here in Belgium, 17 from the Netherlands. You have the Elysee Palace, President Macron's office today, reminding French businesses that it is their duty to comply with sanctions and essentially shut down business dealings with Russia. And there was a French business that did that yesterday. Decathlon shut a sports business, shutting down its relations with Russia. So I think the context of that conversation was again, unity, was about making sure that all sanctions are followed through, that loopholes are plugged in the sanctions. The nature of the call yesterday was, again, in the context of this has a long way to go. We're just at the beginning in terms of the diplomacy, and it seems very much so. Many phases of the fighting yet to go.
Nick, thank you. Nick Robertson is our international diplomatic editor. He's in the right place there in Brussels as we continue to stay on the story. Our coverage of the Ukraine-Russia crisis continues, of course. I'm just going to pause for a moment because over the last 6 months, you might have seen us regularly here at our studio at Expo 2020. Well, we have come to our last day here at what has been the largest gathering of people since the start of the pandemic. Coming up on Connect the World, we take a look back at what we have seen and heard, some of the conversations that we have had, and some of the experiences that people, the 20 million plus people who have been through this World Fair, have had. More on that after this.
technology based on AI is starting to affect the running of our daily life. We use it when we say, hello Google, or marhaba Alexa. So I think that the government should start educating and maybe include computing and AI in the school curriculum, not only for awareness, but also to ignite the interest and passion in young people like me.
Well, that is Catilia Cadaria, an eight-year-old computer programmer, the youngest in the world. And I spoke with him earlier today about what he believes governments should do to foster the talent of more whiz kids like him. He's an extraordinary boy and representative of some of the great minds and personalities that have been here at Expo 2020. Our parting shots tonight, then, are highlights from the past 6 months. Grammy Award-winning artists, performance groups that have toured the globe, sports stars and heroes to millions, decision-makers planning to change the world, and the innovators enacting those visions. Our time in Dubai is over for now, but this event, its memories for those who've attended, will live on for a very long time. From us, it's a very good evening.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello everyone, I'm Zain Asher in New York, and this is One World. Russia is pushing forward with its military offensive in northern Ukraine, despite pledging just yesterday to reduce its activity around the area. In the city of Chernihiv, Ukrainian officials say that Russian strikes have actually intensified. Officials reported shelling overnight, as well as what the mayor called a colossal attack in the city centre. And in the capital, Kyiv, CNN witnessed rocket and artillery fire, along with intense fighting nearby in the suburb of Irpin. Many invading troops have been pushed out. Graphic video we're about to show you reveals the devastation there. Here you can actually see damaged buildings and the bodies of civilians lying in the street. Amid the chaos, Ukraine's president demanded more help from the West as he spoke to Norway's parliament just hours ago.
The future of the entire continent, from north to south, from east to west, is being decided right now on our land, in Ukrainian airspace, in Ukrainian waters, so that your soldiers won't have to protect the countries of NATO's east, so that the Russian mines won't drift towards your ports, your fjords, so that your people won't have to get used to the sound of air sirens, and so the Russian tanks won't be gathering at your borders. We have to stop Russian aggression together, and only together.
Also today, we're getting a clearer look at the damage inflicted on Mariupol, the city under siege in southern Ukraine. These satellite images, take a look here, show what the port city looked like before the invasion, and this is what the area looks like now. Entire blocks in the center of the city have been basically obliterated. There's really no other word for this. The result of relentless bombardment by Russian forces. And these images show that a Red Cross warehouse was also hit by at least 2 strikes this month. Officials say they have no information yet about casualties. US President Joe Biden is speaking with the Ukrainian President Zelensky. Before the call, the White House said they would discuss America's continued support for Ukraine amid Russia's aggression. Jeremy Diamond is joining us live now from the White House. So from what I understand, Jeremy, this call is still ongoing. Do we know what sort of additional support Zelensky is likely asking for at this point?
Well, Zain, what we do know is that this call, of course, comes at a crucial moment, just days after Ukrainian and Russian officials sat down in Istanbul and where there appeared to be signs of potential progress. Even though the bar for progress is quite low in these talks, there are nonetheless some signs of progress from both sides. It also comes as Russian forces appear to be repositioning in Ukraine, particularly some of those forces around the capital of Kyiv, though U.S. officials have warned that they are skeptical of these Russian claims that they are de-escalating their military activity around the capital, for example. But that call between President Biden and President Zelensky started nearly an hour ago, and we have not yet gotten word from the White House that it has concluded. We'll bring you that as soon as we do. But meanwhile, a U.S. official is also telling me that the U.S. believes that Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, is being misinformed by his military advisors as to the performance of the Russian military, how badly they have been performing, and how the Russian economy is also being affected by those sanctions imposed by the United States and many other countries around the world. Interestingly, this U.S. official also said that Putin seems to be aware of the fact that he's been misinformed by his military and that he has felt, quote, misled, according to this official, by the Russian military, and that has caused tension between the Russian president and the Russian Ministry of Defense. Now, we should note, of course, that the U.S. has had a pattern throughout this conflict and in the lead up to this conflict of selectively declassifying certain U.S. intelligence to put that out to the world, to talk about Russian military actions, but also potentially to use this to its advantage. And it appears here an effort, at least by the U.S., to perhaps try and amplify that discord that they say they are seeing in the Kremlin.
Just to follow up on that point, Jeremy, do we know exactly what Putin is being told? I mean, you talk about the idea that he is being misinformed. Do we know what exactly he is being told about Russia's performance in this war?
Well, just generally that he's being told that the performance is better than it actually is. And one specific piece of evidence that was shared with us, and that's also pretty evident if you look at public reports, is this idea that Vladimir Putin did not know that the Russian military was using and in fact losing some of these young conscripts in the Russian military in its invasion of Ukraine. Earlier this month, the Russian president claimed publicly that no conscripts were being used in this, what he is calling a special military operation. The next day, the Russian Ministry of Defense actually had to come out and say, actually, there are conscripts that have been in Ukraine, but they then claim that that was an error, and that even suggesting that that would be investigated. But that is one of those signs of some discord, it seems, between the Russian president and his military and what exactly he's being told.
All right, Jeremy Diamond, live for us there. Thank you so much. All right, I want to bring in CNN military analyst, retired US Air Force Colonel Cedric Layton, who's joining us live now from Washington. Thank you so much for being with us. So how would you characterize the Russian troop movement we're seeing on the ground in Ukraine? On the one hand, the Russians are saying it's some kind of withdrawal or at the very least de-escalation. Clearly that is not the case. There's a lot of skepticism here. How would you characterize it?
Zain, at a minimum, I'd characterize it as a repositioning, a slight repositioning of Russian forces. Based on what we see right now, we're not seeing them move a substantial number of troops away from Kiev. Yes, there are some that are moving, but at the moment, there's not that substantial number where you would say, okay, this is a redeployment or a movement away from the capital. What they could be doing is moving them out of artillery range so that the Ukrainians can't get at them as easily as they have before. But having said that, that is a very slight movement compared to the rhetoric that we hear from Moscow.
Right. Despite what they're saying, I mean, aerial bombardments and aerial attacks are continuing. Does this amount, though, to some kind of change in strategy? Is that the right way to describe it or no?
I would say it isn't actually, Zain. What I would call it is a change in tactics. The overall strategy, I believe, remains the same, and that is still to decapitate or eliminate the Zelensky government in Ukraine, to take over the country, or at least a portion of the country, so that Russia can exercise the influence it believes it should exercise over Ukraine. Having said that, of course, the Ukrainians don't want any of that. They want to be able to keep their own government and keep their country as intact as possible. The war aims have not changed. The way of achieving those war aims, though, may be modified due to tactical considerations on the ground.
And speaking of war aims, I mean, it's very clear what the Ukrainian forces are fighting for. They are trying to defend their territory. However, does the average Russian soldier in Ukraine, does the ordinary sort of member of the Russian forces understand what exactly they are fighting for at this point?
No, they don't. And I think it's very important to highlight this fact. The fact that the Ukrainians are fighting for their land and that they understand what they're fighting for is what we in the military would call a force multiplier. And that means that it allows the Ukrainians to fight with purpose, fight with targeted actions, whereas the Russians don't know what they're dealing with, at least at the lowest level. And in many cases, they were surprised by the fact that they were actually moving into a country to invade it. They believed that they were still part of exercises that were going on before the invasion occurred. And of course, that is not the case. And in many ways, I think that lack of preparedness, both mentally and physically, has resulted in the very bad, very poor performance of the Russian forces up to this point.
Yeah, because one of the advantages that the Ukrainians have is that the decision-making among the Ukrainian forces is somewhat decentralized. So ordinary Ukrainian troops have the authority and the autonomy to make decisions on their own, whereas on the Russian side, it is very, very different. It seems as though the decision-making is very centralized and it's very sort of top-down. They don't seem to have the same level of autonomy. Walk us through that, and how can the Ukrainians use that to their advantage?
That's absolutely correct, Zane. This is something that goes back really throughout the history of Russian and Soviet militaries. We've always observed a very centralized structure among the Russians. So as far as the Ukrainians are concerned, they have learned from that previous, in essence, doctrinal mistake, I'll call it, and they have told their NCO Corps, their non-commissioned officer corps, and their lower level that get the strategic direction from their commanders, but they have to act based on local conditions and local tactical situations that they confront. And that is a huge advantage because they can make decisions very quickly. So the time from decision to action is very short with the Ukrainian military, whereas with the Russian military, it is much longer. And that very fact makes the Russian military a much more cumbersome, much more bureaucratic entity as opposed to the Ukrainian military. And as a result, that then means that the Russians act much slower, the Ukrainians act much quicker, and that really has a significant impact on the battlefield.
Lieutenant Colonel Cedric Layton, thank you so much for being with us. I want to bring in CNN's Ivan Watson, who's joining us live now from Zaporizhzhia in southern Ukraine, where some Mariupol residents have managed to escape to. So when you think about what residents or former residents of Mariupol have been through, it is staggering what they have witnessed. Just walk us through what they are going through right now, the residents that you've spoken to.
Well, this is a civilian population. Recall that this was a city of more than 400,000 inhabitants until Russia invaded Ukraine, and people were trapped in the city as it was encircled by Russian forces and then pummeled from land, sea, and air by the Russian military, artillery, airstrikes, shelling from Russian warships. I have now spoken to dozens of evacuees. I'd say roughly half of them say that their own homes were either severely damaged or completely destroyed during the weeks that they lived in Mariupol without electricity, heat, running water, or cellular internet communication with the outside world. So in a complete news vacuum. Now, some of the people tried to go to places where they thought there were safe havens, and one of those was a building that was a symbol of the city, the city's drama theater, and listen to a survivor of a March 16th bombardment of that theater and her account of what happened that day. This was the Mariupol Drama Theater before Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, a cultural and architectural symbol of the city. And when the Russian military laid its deadly siege of Mariupol, the theater became a safe haven.
6 people, like with a cat, we go on the street and Russian tanks started to shooting us and we running, it was craziness, and then we go to the theater, and you know what, in the theater was a lot of people. They was like, be okay, we have a food, they give us a tea, and they said like you should find a place where you could like a bed.
This woman and her family recently escaped from Mariupol.
My name is Maria Kutnyakova. I'm from Mariupol. I'm Maria from Mariupol.
On the morning of March 16th, Maria, her mother, sister, and cat joined hundreds of other civilians sheltering in the theater. Footage from March 10th shows families huddled there in the dark, feeling protected perhaps by the signs "Дети," children in Russian, that volunteers posted outside the building. Shortly after arriving, Maria went to check whether an uncle who lived nearby was still alive.
Now I hearing the noise of the plane, like bombs plane. We know how it's how it's this noise because it's bombed every day.
She returned to the theater to find it destroyed.
So I understand that my family in the theater, and everyone screaming the names, you know, like Mama, Papa, Losha, Sasha, and I'm started calling like Mom, Galia.
Footage of the immediate aftermath shows dazed civilians covered in dust, while the roof over the main auditorium
had completely collapsed.
When the theater was bombed, my sister was standing with the window, and the window was like blow up, and she's fallen down. And my mom was in another part of the theater, and wall fallen to her.
Maria's mother and sister were wounded but survived.
Your sister, is she doing all right?
No.
Really?
She's like contused.
She's got a concussion.
Yeah.
Shortly after the initial strike on the theater, Maria says what was left of the building came under a fresh artillery attack.
Everyone started screaming that theater is on fire, so we should run. And we're running, but Russians bombed it. So we running from the theater, and bombs was like this.
It eventually took 9 days for Maria and her family to get through Russian checkpoints and reach relative safety in Ukrainian-controlled territory.
You seem very positive and upbeat right now.
I understand that I'm very lucky. You understand, like thousands and hundreds of people still in Mariupol, and they bombed. They have no food, no water, they have no medicine, nothing. And I understand I'm very lucky. Like, I have my arms, I have my legs, what I need anymore, nothing.
And your family.
Yeah, and my family. My cat is safe, so like.
This is little Mushka. She's a 2-year-old cat, and she survived the bombing of the Mariupol theater with her family. And they're now headed to Western Ukraine in this bus.
But no one knows how many people may have died under the rubble. Russia has denied that its forces bombed the theater, and Russian state TV recently showed what was left of it after Russian troops moved into this part of the city. Judging by the damage, the Russian reporter claims, it was bombed from the inside. He alleges there is information that Ukrainian nationalists organized a terrorist attack here, a claim that people inside the theater strongly reject.
Are you angry right now?
No, I want that Russian just go away. This is Ukrainian territory. I don't understand why they come in and tell me that it's not my land. They're not fighting with the army. They're fighting with every citizen. You know, they bombed hospitals, they bombed kindergartens, they bombed the houses of peaceful people. They're not fighting with the army.
Maria and her family rush to a waiting van. The driver will take them for free to Western Ukraine, where Maria hopes her sister can safely recover from her injuries.
Now, Zane, everybody who escapes from Mariupol in the direction of Zaporizhia, and this is this kind of unofficial gateway for people fleeing, and the estimates are more than 70,000 have fled that city, they have to go through many Russian military checkpoints. I'm hearing people tell me 14, 15 different checkpoints. And at those checkpoints, their vehicles are searched. Their phones are searched. Men of fighting age, they have to take their shirts off to show whether or not they have tattoos that could potentially identify them as combatants, or injuries that could identify them as combatants. So not only have these people undergone weeks of shelling, in very difficult, frightening conditions at the hands of the Russian military, then they kind of have to smile and play nice while going through checkpoints that are guarded and manned and being questioned by troops from that same invading force. And it's only when they get here that there is a semblance of peace in Zaporizhia, a city that has not yet been hit by the ground war. But you can imagine kind of the shell-shocked feelings of some of the people when they arrive here. Yes, they're happy to be away from the war zone, but they now have terrible experiences to just begin to unpack, not to mention the fact that their homes, their livelihoods have been destroyed, and many of them still have loved ones left behind cowering in basements as the combat there continues to this day. Zane.
Right, Ivan Watson, live for us there. Thank you so much. All right, still to come here on One World, Russia promised to scale back attacks in northern Ukraine, but witnesses tell a far different story. Coming up, we'll hear from a Ukrainian soldier about the disruption in Chernihiv. That's next. All right, we're just getting an update on that phone call between President Zelensky of Ukraine and US President Joe Biden. That call apparently lasted 55 minutes. Zelensky has tweeted just an update about what that call entailed on his Twitter page. There you see it. He said, just finished an hour-long conversation with the President of the United States, shared assessment of the situation on the battlefield, and at the negotiating table, we talked about specific defensive support, a new package of sanctions, macro, financial, and humanitarian aid. So an assessment of what's happening on the battlefield, specific defensive support, sanctions, and humanitarian aid. Once again, that call has just wrapped up about 15 or so minutes ago. It lasted just under an hour. Right, on Tuesday, Russia vowed to scale back its assault on the northern Ukrainian city of Chernihiv. Then it shelled the city throughout the night, according to officials there. They say Russians hit civilian infrastructure like libraries and shopping malls. The mayor told my colleague John Berman that Russians are exterminating civilians.
Today, we've had a colossal mortar attack on the center of Chernihiv. 25 people have been wounded and are now in hospital. They're all civilians. So whenever Russia says something, this needs to be checked carefully. They're saying, for example, they're calling this war a special operation. That's a lie. Russia says that it is fighting the Ukrainian armed forces. That's another lie, because Russia is deliberately exterminating civilians. And all conscious Americans must know Russia, this is important, Russia is deliberately exterminating civilians.
Right, take a look at these next images. These are from my next guest. Dmytro is his name. We're only given his first name. He's on the ground in Chernihiv. A little more than a month ago, he was leading a team of IT professionals. Now he is defending his city against Russians and documenting the damage being done in this war. And Dmytro joins us live now from Chernihiv. He's covering his face, as you can see in this video, to protect his identity. So, Dmytro, just walk us through what your sort of day-to-day goals are in all of this. You spoke to me earlier and you said that one of your main goals is to sort of look and search for Russian spies, Russian tanks, and share the coordinates with higher-up commanders within the Ukrainian army. Just walk us through that.
Yeah, hello, thanks for the invitation. So we are territorial guard of Chernihiv, and one of our main tasks is to looking for the Russian armed forces like tanks or artillery, and we start cooperating with our armed forces and give them information about this Russian artillery and another armored technica.
And one of your other goals is to also assist the civilians who are trapped in Chernihiv right now, many of whom have very little access to food, water. How do you go about helping them, and what would you say was the greatest need for them right now?
So for now, Russian forces bombed our electric station and water station, so we don't have electricity in the city, and also we don't have water. We use water wells for the water, and we take foods from businesses, warehouses, and we don't know how enough food is still in these warehouses. So we now need a humanitarian corridor to Chernihiv, because now city is under the siege.
Actually, as you're speaking, we're actually playing one of the videos that you sent my producers, showing what Chernihiv looks like now. You're seeing one building there that looks as though it's almost collapsed in the middle. You're seeing buildings that have been completely burned out. The streets obviously completely empty. I don't see a single soul roaming those streets there in Chernihiv. As you walk around the city, I mean, just explain to us how much damage has been done and how different the city looks compared to this time, let's say, 5 weeks ago.
Most of our schools are damaged, and also the Russian forces hits our hospitals. So, for example, as I know, 3 hospitals in Chernihiv are damaged now. Many civil houses near borders of the city also is destroyed. So the Russian forces aim it on civil buildings and infrastructures. but not into the forces objects of our Ukrainian armed force.
As you know, the Russians have talked about this idea of withdrawing troops, reducing troop size around places like Kyiv and Chernihiv. I imagine that is very different from what you're seeing and hearing on the ground there.
So it's a lie. For example, this night Russian forces bombed our electro station again, and it was around 17 hits in our electro station. And also today into the morning they also hit this electro station 10 times more. So we don't see these decreases of forces or bombing.
That's what a lot of people are saying. And so for people who are trapped inside Chernihiv at this point in time, is there any real way at all to escape the city? Are there any sort of routes out of the city that are safe and that are possible?
For now, it's not. We don't have any possible way to get out from the city, because if you, for example, try to go through the forests, you will be also shooted by the Russian armed forces. So we don't have any corridors for now.
And how far away, I mean, just in terms of your assessment on the ground there, how far away do you think Russian troops are roughly from Chernihiv at this point in time?
Mm-hmm. At this point, for example, from the Belarusian, I think it's around 10 kilometers near Chernihiv, because they can hit, for example, my position from the small from the small artillery mines. So, for example, 80 millimeters mines was hit in my position. So it's around 3 to 5 kilometers. Groups can get to our position, but for the artillery, it's around 10 to 20 kilometers.
About 10 to 20 kilometers away from where you are right now. All right, Dimitro, thank you so much for being with us. We wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, thanks for your invitation. We will win.
Of course. All right, Dimitro, thank you. Still to come here on One World, a Kremlin spokesperson says there are no breakthroughs after another round of in-person talks between Russia and Ukraine. I'll speak with the former Ukrainian Prime Minister about what he believes is the way forward. Hello and welcome back to One World. I'm Zain Asher. The Kremlin says no breakthrough yet after Tuesday's negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. But there are small signs of progress. After talks wrapped up in Istanbul Tuesday, Ukrainian delegates said there is a likelihood that Presidents Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky may meet. For its part, Moscow is not backing down from its own set of demands, including that Ukraine give up its ambition to join NATO, recognize the independence of two breakaway territories in eastern Ukraine, and acknowledge the loss of Crimea, which Russia annexed in 2014. Ukrainian negotiators have pitched the idea of essentially pausing the Crimea issue and resolving it through talks sometime within the next 15 years. On the ground, meantime, fresh signs of the growing devastation from more than 5 weeks of war. Satellite images show entire blocks in the hard-hit city of Mariupol have been obliterated, the result of relentless bombardment by Russian forces. I want to bring in Arseniy Yatsenyuk. He's the former Ukrainian Prime Minister. He served in that post from 2014 to 2016, around the time that Russia annexed Crimea. Arseniy, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me,
Explain to us, of course, explain to us how negotiations progress when there is such little trust on both sides and when there is such a gap, as we're seeing already, actually as we've seen countless times, between what Russia says and what Russia does.
Well, here is the thing, Zain. I don't see any kind of real negotiations or real talks. It's always done for the alibi. This is a kind of smokescreen strategy of the Russian Federation. Russian idea is to distract our attention and to deflect us. And the primary target for Russia is to take over as much as Putin can. So he decided to regroup. He decided to revamp and upgrade his logistics because he failed to achieve his goals. He completely failed. He expected to take over Ukraine just in 3 or 5 days. He believed that he can easily encircle and siege Kyiv and actually capture Kyiv. And he expected that he can press Ukrainian government to capitulate. Nothing of this has happened, and nothing of this will never happen. So I don't see any kind of real talks. And look at these folks who represent the Russian Federation. They're just funny guys. They are nobody. No names, okay? So Putin is just playing some kind of another trick. It's a kind of mockery, but not real peace talks. And so look, you just asked me, you just asked me, you know, whether we can trust this Nazi-style ruler who is Putin. Yesterday, his delegation claimed that they decided to reduce a large-scale offensive, that they decided to withdraw from Chernihiv and Kyiv, I mean, in the capital of Ukraine. And I was very skeptical yesterday addressing your audience on CNN. I said, look, I don't trust any single word. So what we have right now on the ground, an ongoing shelling, missile strikes, and offensive against Ukrainian military and killing of Ukrainian innocent people. So I don't trust any single word, and it's not about the peace talks. Russia will never negotiate in any kind of good faith. Russia is always negotiating in bad faith.
So how do we progress in terms of, I mean, I know you don't trust the negotiations. A lot of people are more or less pinning their hopes as the only hope we have at this point to seeing some kind of ceasefire eventually from this war. A lot of people are pinning their hopes on these negotiations, even though you don't necessarily trust them. But in terms of some of the concessions that Russia is pushing from Ukraine, including promising not to join NATO, not addressing the Crimea issue for at least 15 years. That's something that Ukrainians are looking into. Do you think those concessions will lead anywhere? Is there hope from that perspective?
Well, Russia wants Ukraine to be demilitarized. So to demilitarize Ukraine means that Ukraine will be left alone with no armed forces, with no chance to defend itself. So the only country that has to be demilitarized is Russian Federation, this belligerent, crazy, anti-freedom state. In terms of another concessions, what kind of concessions? How Ukraine can sell or just give as a kind of price to the Russian inch of Ukrainian land? This would never happen. So as far as I see, the only solution that is on the table for the Russian Federation is a capitulation of Ukraine. The only solution which we have on the table is to fight like hell, to defend Ukraine, to supply lethal weapon to Ukraine, to ramp up sanctions, to stay united. I mean, to stay united in NATO, in G7, and in the free world, to find another supporters or those who will back up Ukrainian fight against the Russian Federation, and to create a solid foundation for real peace talks, real one, but not the fake one, which is right now ongoing.
When you pointed this out earlier in your answer, this idea that Russia had promised withdrawal of troops around cities like, for example, Kyiv, like, for example, Chernihiv, clearly that hasn't happened. I mean, I just spoke to another guest just before you who's volunteering with the Ukrainian Territorial Defense Forces, saying that he is consistently hearing aerial bombardment. You know, even though the troops are apparently withdrawing, he's still hearing bombing from the air. So in that kind of environment, given that there is some kind of troop movement, what would you say was the Russian strategy here? What would you say was Russia's overall game plan in terms of what they're doing with troop sizes in and around those cities?
The initial plan of President Putin was to take over Ukraine. I want to reiterate once again, an entire Ukraine. So he overestimated the strength of his corrupted military. He exaggerated his own force, and he underestimated Ukrainian military, Ukrainian people, and the West that responded in a very tough and strong manner. So he expected to take over Kyiv in a few days. So he completely failed. As for now, they decided to regroup. This is a kind of new contingency plan for the Russian military. My take and my guess is that the primary aim right now for Russia is to take over the eastern part of Ukraine. To fight mainly in Donetsk and Lugansk, this is the eastern Ukraine, and to take over as much as possible in the south of Ukraine. Maybe to encircle some Ukrainian military. That's what they did in 2014 and 2015. And actually, in this way, somehow to upgrade their negotiating position, which we cannot accept and which we cannot allow. The primary target for Ukraine, the most important, the crucial issues for Ukraine, is not to give Russians any chance to move forward. And you know that Ukrainian military already launched a counteroffensive. So we are doing quite well on the ground. But what is needed? We need very strong and durable military. We need more lethal weapon to fight against these Nazi-style aggressors.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because one of our correspondents, Jeremy Diamond, just reported that Putin actually doesn't have a clear picture of how this war is going at all. He's being fed misinformation by some of the advisors that are closest to him. Very complex picture. Arseny, thank you so much for being on the program. We appreciate you joining us.
But Putin have to know that he is to fail under any circumstances. He will fail.
Arseny, thank you so much for being with us.
You.
We wish you the best of luck. All right. For more than 4 million people, mainly women and children, have now fled the war in Ukraine. Most refugees have crossed into Poland, where some of them will stay. Others will move on to other parts of Europe, but likely all of them feel that they're living in limbo. Here's CNN's Kyung-la with more.
They fled from Russian missiles, now wait for Polish papers, but all they want is to be in Ukraine. We've been waiting for 4 hours, yells this woman out of frustration. I have a special needs child. But every refugee here, almost all of them women and mothers, has needs. The more than 2 million Ukrainian refugees in Poland will have to show documents if they want a Polish national identification number for official services.
You can work.
You want to work?
Yeah.
Yulia Isaeva and her 2 children waited since 3 in the morning. 6 hours later, they got that national number so she can work. I wish I could continue my old life, says Isaeva. There, she had a job, family. Her husband now fights in the war. It was taken away, she says of her life. I have to live here by force. While she's grateful to build a safe life in Poland for her children, I want to go to Ukraine, she says. You hear the story repeated again and again from the women pulled from their lives, stuck in a purgatory of passing time while a war rages at home.
Live here.
This is where you live?
Yes, yes.
This cot is Irina Yashinovska's life now.
I work in Ukraine. I'm police. Yes.
You're a police officer?
Yes.
She was. She now grabs a neon vest instead. She's a volunteer at a Warsaw refugee center, where she herself arrived in early March, fleeing bombing in Kyiv. Most refugees leave here in days for temporary housing or for other countries. But it's been a month and she refuses to, unless it's to go home to her life in Kyiv, where her brothers are on the front lines. Do you think you'll see them again?
No.
Yes, she says. They talk twice a week at most.
Я думаю, что все будет хорошо.
I think everything will be fine, she says. At least, I hope for it. Not just my brothers, but everyone. But life outside the war doesn't stop, even though Yulia Isayeva wishes it would. If I have to, she says, I'll do it. We'll start. The extraordinary thing in talking to these refugees here in Warsaw is that they believe this life in Poland is temporary. They are seeing the same news. They are seeing the same images. They're having to explain this to their children. Yet they all tell us they believe that they are going to be able to return to Ukraine and pick up life where it stopped. Kyung-Hwa, CNN, Warsaw, Poland.
And if you would like to help people in Ukraine who, as you can see, are in desperate need of shelter, food, water, among many, many other things, you can go to cnn.com/impact. That's again, cnn.com/impact. And on the website there, you'll find several ways that you can help. Lots of charities there that you can support. All right, we'll be right back. Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett says the nation is facing a new wave of terrorism. This after 5 people were killed by a gunman near Tel Aviv late Tuesday. Police killed 1 assailant and arrested 5 people. The Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade, the armed wing of the Palestinian Fatah movement, has claimed responsibility. CNN's Hadas Gold joins us live now from Tel Aviv. So, Hadas, this is the 3rd deadly attack in Israel we've seen just in the past week. What more can you tell us?
Zain, the Prime Minister is calling this a new wave of terrorism. I'm in Bnei Brak. This is an ultra-Orthodox city just east of Tel Aviv, where that attack took place on Tuesday evening. It started just behind me at this convenience store. The assailant came down the street with an M16 rifle, where he first shot actually 2 Ukrainian citizens who were sitting outside this convenience store before shooting a driver in his car, then a father who was holding his baby. Thankfully, the baby was unharmed. And then he was engaged by 2 police officers, one of whom shot and killed him, but another officer was injured, and he later died from his injuries. It is the 3rd such deadly attack in Israel in a week. The death toll now stands at 11. The other 2 attacks happened elsewhere in Israel, and those 2 were claimed responsibility by ISIS members. This attack, police said, was carried out by a Palestinian from the West Bank. As you noted, the militant organization, the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade, took responsibility and directly connected this attack, they said, in response to what was that historic summit earlier this week when foreign ministers from 4 Arab countries met with the U.S. Secretary of State and the Israeli foreign minister here in Israel. The Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett vowing to fight this terrorism with an iron fist. And I should note the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas has also condemned the killings, warning that that the killings between Israelis and Palestinians need to end, especially as, in a sort of twist of the calendar, Ramadan, Passover, and Easter will all overlap this year. Tensions have already been rising in Jerusalem and the West Bank. There is especially concern that these deadly attacks took place outside of those hotspots. Security officials were already on heightened alert. Now Israeli security forces are on their highest alert, and more troops have been sent into the West Bank. Zain.
Hadas Gold, live for us there. Thank you so much. We're still to come here on One World. The international community was swift to severely sanction Russia over its invasion of Ukraine. Ahead, a look at how those sanctions are starting to impact ordinary Russian people. The Russian people are starting to feel the squeeze of international sanctions from a war many of them do not even support. CNN's Anna Stewart has more.
People are fighting for sugar. The words of the woman filming this video in a Moscow supermarket. The shop worker asking people to stay calm and to stop fighting. In another video posted to Telegram, you can hear shouting as sugar just arrived doesn't even make it onto the shelf before shoppers grab it. Inflation has hit more than 14% in Russia, and economist Anders Asland expects it to reach 50% by the end of the year.
When the sanctions hit, everybody wanted to cash their rubles from the bank accounts as fast as possible, and then either get hard currency and or buy goods before the prices had increased.
According to official government statistics in Russia, certain goods have seen huge price increases. Compared to last year, sugar is 37% more expensive. The prices for bananas and tomatoes are up by around 50%, and rises, albeit smaller, across a whole range of household staples. What you see here, empty shelves, is largely the result of panic buying, and some supermarkets have placed limits on how much customers can buy of certain products, like buckwheat, rice, diapers and chicken. There's also the very real risk that some products may become harder to get. Many retailers have closed their doors as Western companies exit a country waging an illegal war. The world's biggest shipping companies will no longer carry non-essential cargo, and Western countries have also banned selling certain components to Russia.
So probably about half of Russia's foreign trade has ceased, and this means that companies can't get parts, and the Russian economy is basically integrated with the world economy. My guess is that the whole automotive industry will just come to a stop very soon, because that's an area where you have many of those parts are imported.
A new car is already 20% more expensive compared to a year ago. The ruble has crashed in value, making imports more expensive, and sanctions have been in place for little over a month.
How long can Russia afford to continue on in this vein?
People can run down an economy extremely badly, as we have seen in Venezuela, as we saw in Zimbabwe. The question is when the political forces says, no, this is enough.
Anna Stewart, CNN, London.
And finally, a rare show of cooperation amid soaring global tensions. A Russian spacecraft brought a record-breaking US astronaut and 2 Russian cosmonauts back to Earth from the International Space Station. Here you see American Mark Vande Hei getting used to gravity again as he emerges from a Soyuz module in Kazakhstan. He spent about 355 days, nearly a year, in space, and that's a new record for the single longest space flight by a NASA astronaut. All right, thank you so much for watching One World. I'm Zain Asher. Amanpour is up next. You're watching CNN.
Hello everyone and welcome to Amanpour, live from Kyiv tonight. Here's what's coming up. In Ukraine, doubts about Russia's next battlefield moves. My report from the scene of a missile strike near this capital, which hit just as Russia announced a pullback. Then, we assess the current playbook with President Zelensky's Chief of Staff, Andrei Yermak, and with Pentagon spokesman John Kirby. Also, the French Foreign Minister Jean-Yves Le Drian joins me on President Macron's ongoing talks with President Putin trying to end this war. And Walter Isaacson speaks to author, military analyst, and former U.S. Marine Elliot Ackerman. Welcome to the program, everyone. I'm Christiana Amanpour in Kyiv, where Russia's continuing bombardment of Ukrainian cities blunt hopes of a diplomatic breakthrough. The Kremlin says it is ready to consider a meeting between Presidents Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky, but world leaders remain skeptical about Russia's pledge to scale back military activity near this capital. In fact, Russia continued bombing Chernihiv throughout the night, as well as the outskirts of Kyiv. Meanwhile, President Zelensky took his diplomatic case to Norway today, tying Ukraine's security to all of Europe.
The future of the entire continent, from north to south, from east to west, is being decided right now on our land, in Ukrainian airspace, in Ukrainian waters, so that your soldiers won't have to protect the countries of NATO's east, so that the Russian mines won't drift towards your ports, your fjords, so that your people won't have to get used to the sound of air sirens, and so the Russian tanks won't be gathering at your borders. We have to stop Russian aggression together, and only together.
Now, earlier today, I visited Brovary on the outskirts of Kyiv, and it's the subject of ongoing Russian bombardments. Missiles have struck the town of Brovary, a suburb of eastern Kyiv, twice in the last week alone. This tangled, jagged mass of metal and cladding is what's left of a massive warehouse that stored food, paper, and the beer and alcohol that's no longer allowed to be consumed under martial law. This happened at almost exactly the same time that the Russians were announcing their de-escalation around Kyiv. This missile struck right here. Imagine the good fortune of the truck driver who was loading up to take crates and packages and boxes of food and supplies to the supermarkets in this town and also to Kyiv. He managed to survive. We are told 3 workers were killed, but Brovary has never fallen to Russian forces. Directly west of here, Russian and Ukrainian troops have been fiercely fighting over the town of Irpin, and now it does appear that the Russians are retreating from here. A clear indication that this war around Kyiv has simply not gone the way Russia planned. Whatever the reason, Moscow says it's retrenching. Their intercepted radio conversations, verified by the New York Times, show their soldiers in distress from the very start.
Мне необходима остро дозаправка, вода, продукты. Я тебе на прием.
This was west of the capital in Makariv in the very first days of the war, already signaling the focus on civilians once their own so-called properties were out of harm's way. This security video shows a Russian armored vehicle just blowing up a car, instantly killing the elderly couple inside. Ukraine has lost its fighters too. Here in the Brovary cemetery, Boris, the caretaker, shows us freshly dug graves. This soldier died on the very first day of the war.
Da.
It's raining, it's drizzling here today. It's almost as if this city is crying as it mourns its war dead, because all of these graves are for the fighters of this place who've fallen in combat since this war began. This grave has been dug, but the family can't yet bury their son, a soldier who was fighting in a village 15 kilometers away, but held by the Russians. They haven't yet been able to get his body released. And even Boris's heart breaks when he tells me about a father who's just lost his son, his only child, and who asked, "What do I have to live for now?" Now I want to show you this map. It highlights the places near Kyiv where Russian troops are still operating, mostly to the northeast and northwest of the city. Correspondent Fled Parklin, my colleague here, spoke with residents and Ukrainian troops around the capital to find out what they make of Russia's pledge to pull back military operations. Take a listen.
Even after Russia announced it plans to withdraw most forces from around Kyiv, the fighting continues. Residents we spoke to told us they don't believe Moscow's words are for real. On the one hand, they retreat, and on the other, they will transfer their efforts to other positions, Alexander says, so it's difficult to talk about a withdrawal. I do not believe in it. It's probably just a rotation, says Yuri. It's a regrouping of their troops. Despite its forces being stalled near Kyiv for weeks, Russia claims it will withdraw because it has achieved its military objectives and now wants to make a positive gesture to Ukraine, Moscow's negotiating team said after talks in Istanbul. A decision was made to radically, at times, reduce military activity in the Kiev and Chernihiv directions, said Russia's deputy defense minister. But the Russians also made clear this is not a ceasefire, and the sounds of heavy battles still reverberate around the capital. But the territorial defense forces at this checkpoint say, make no mistake, if the Russians really do withdraw, it's because they lost.
From the first days of war, it was obvious that Russians will be defeated on the battlefield, in the diplomatic field and political field. It was out of the questions.
While many here hope the battle for Kiev could end soon, the toll both in blood and infrastructure is massive. And parliamentarian Roman Hryshchuk tells me he's not sure Ukrainians will ever be able to trust Russia again.
How long do you think it could take to make relations better again, before there can be trust between Russia and Ukraine again?
I don't believe...
Or trust towards the Russians, I would say.
I think it will be years and years, maybe hundreds of years. And, you know, every people in Ukraine lost all their house, of relatives, of friends in this war. And our children, they have a night in shelter, they listen to these bombs, and it's for ages.
Now, trust has obviously been so terribly shattered, even as diplomatic maneuvers continue. Today, President Biden told Volodymyr Zelensky that the United States will provide the Ukrainian government $500 million in direct budgetary aid to keep the government's lights on. Andrei Yermak is the Chief of Staff to the President, and he's joining me now. Mr. Yermak, thank you so much for joining me. I know you have so much going on, including trying to figure out what exactly the Russians mean. Can you tell me how you assess what the Russians said yesterday, the idea that they were going to de-escalate around this capital?
Good evening. Thank you that you invited me, and I know you're in Kyiv, and thank you for this. Concerning your questions, you know, we can say that we don't see the real confirmation of all the statements of Russians. We think that they changed their strategy and changed the plans, but it's not mean they stop the war, unfortunately. And I can say that the situation is still very difficult, especially I can stop for humanitarian situation. It's a very bad. The city of Mariupol is gone. Just imagine, it's like by the size, it's very similar of the Miami. It's totally ruined, and the Russians didn't let the citizens out of the city. And the Russian troops forced thousands of them to move to the Russia. I think that the catastrophe of the Mariupol, it's I can say it's very similar that happened in the time of the Second World War in blockade of Leningrad, because the people practically died without food, without water. It's terrible.
Mr. Yermak, it is indeed terrible, and we are seeing these images, and that new overhead video showing the destruction is really dramatic. And I don't know whether you have any hope that any humanitarian corridors will be opened. But I guess then I need to ask you, what do you believe now after all these weeks of war, but also of talks between the Ukrainian and Russian delegations? What do you believe Russia's endgame is right now?
Our Ukrainian position, it's a very open and very transparent. We want to stop this war. We want that Russian troops will withdraw of our territory. We insist that the humanitarian corridors will be open, especially once again to the Mariuполe. But in your questions already have the answer. If we still have the blockade of Mariuполe, if we still in the night and in the day have the bombing of our city, you can see what happened 1 day ago in Nikolaev, and we still receive an increasing number of the people who is killed. How possible to believe in it? Of course, we are non-stop, our delegations continue these hard talks. And yesterday it's happened in Istanbul. It's a good, because we have changed the place, because it was impossible to continue in Belarus to continue this conversation. Plus, I can say that now it's look like dialogue. It's the second good things, but still it's in discussing. And I can say that for Ukraine, we have the very principles positions, and we wanted to go for any compromise which corresponded to our independence, territorial integrity, and sovereignty. We're ready to discuss and continue our delegation. Truthfully, here in the Office of Presidents, working 24 hours, 7 days by the video. Yesterday, it's happened in real time. I have very, very small portion of the optimism of this. We continue this talking, but we started believing reality if some real things started happen. And the first, once again, it's necessary to stop blockade of Mariupol, because we have some things, some thoughts that it can be manipulation, and in the same time, it's changed the position and concentrated, for example, all the forces to the Donbas, because we are listening some statements of the Russian officials, and it's possible to not be concerned about it.
Yeah. Andrei Yermak, can I ask you whether you have enough weaponry to defend yourselves while these talks keep going on, and until you do get a ceasefire and some kind of negotiated end to this? President Zelensky appealed to the Norwegian parliament today, and he's asked for a lot more weapons. Do you have enough to defend yourself in the meantime?
Not. And why President Zelensky and all our team continue to talk every day and make this speech in the different parliament. Tomorrow, President Zelensky have the free speech in Australian parliament, in the parliament of Netherlands and the Belgium. And he continued to do it and continue to talk with the world leaders. It's happened in the level of the Prime Minister, in the level of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. In my level, I talked Sometimes before this war, I have the permanent and very often contact with my colleagues, for example, with Jake Sullivan, with Emmanuel Bon from France, of Ibrahim Kalim from Turkey. Now we sometimes talking several times per day, because of course we have not enough weapons and we needed to continue our fightings. And I hope that all our partners now absolutely understand, and if they really want that Ukraine win, but win, not receiving, destroying our country, and survive and be safe of our people, because Ukraine now paying extremely high price, extremely, because every day they've killed our children. Every day they killed our people. We need to survive. We need to survive our heroes, our soldiers. We need to survive the people who now keep the Mariupole, because we use every day to think that our heroes, our civilians, go out from Mariupol. They pressing to them, they blocked and keeping without food and water, without medicines. But all the world can see that Ukrainians, its nation, which never stop fighting for us, because we are fighting for our land. We are fighting for our country. We are fighting for all democracy world.
And can I just ask you very finally, you're a very good friend as well as being chief of staff to President Zelensky. You've known each other for a long time. How is he holding up? How are you holding up beyond your, very robust public statements every day?
Sorry, can you repeat, because I lost you?
I just wanted to know how you are and how the president is and how you're holding up under all of this.
We are okay. I think that our soldier, our people in some cities as Mariupol, Zaporozhye, in most bad situation, I think that we are doing which we have to do. The president's absolutely brave. He's feel good, and he's absolutely really the leader today of our nations, and he is a person who gives this necessary energy and necessary brave to all Ukrainians and to all world, to all people in the world, because I'm absolutely sure that the people of the world support Ukrainian, they choose, and they can see the thousands of the people in the streets of the different city in the world. And we will win. Ukrainian will be winner. We're sure about it. But it's necessary to do as soon as possible. Thank you very much. And thank you that you're here personally in Kiev. We are very appreciative.
Thank you for talking to me this evening.
Your great job. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, listening to all of this was Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby, who echoes President Biden's skepticism about Russia's claims, and he's now joining me from Washington. Welcome back to the program, John Kirby. You just heard a very impassioned, very deeply heartfelt pleas from Ukraine, just not far from where I am. They say they don't have enough weapons yet. What can you do about it? I know the president has just pledged another $500 million. What can you do about weapons? And tell us about what they've got.
We continue to do more, and we try to get more in as fast as we possibly can, Christian. The president, as you know, just signed off on another $800 million. This was about a week or so ago, and we are already delivering on that package. And the one before that of $350 million, we achieved that in a record 3 weeks. So we're continuing to flow shipments of security assistance in every single day. The other thing that we're doing is coordinating the deliveries of other nations. Some 14 other countries are providing providing security assistance to Ukraine, and we're helping get that into the country as well.
Let me just play what President Biden said, and I know all of you have echoed this, the skepticism about the claims from the Kremlin about de-escalating around this capital. Here's what the president said.
You bet.
We'll see. I don't read anything into it until I see what their actions are. We'll see if they follow through on what they're suggesting.
So that's short and sharp, but very clear. What are you seeing? You know, we've seen how your intelligence has been so spot on, certainly in the lead up to this war. What are you seeing, given what the Russians said that they were going to be doing?
What we're seeing over the last 24, 48 hours is the movement, repositioning of some units, mostly of those that were arrayed against Kyiv, but even to the east of Kyiv, seeing some of them move north and into Belarus. Not a lot. They still have most of their forces that they had arrayed against Kyiv are still there, and they are still striking the city from the air and with artillery. But we have seen some movement of some troops, and what we think this is a repositioning, a redeployment of sorts. In other words, that they're going to refit, resupply these troops, and then put them back into Ukraine in another place, another geography, another part of the country. Now, we don't know exactly when, we don't know exactly where these troops will go, but our belief is that they're just being repositioned for more offensives elsewhere in Ukraine. I would note, however, that the Russians themselves have said that they are going to put a special priority on the Donbass, on the eastern part of the country, where there is still a lot of heavy fighting going on.
And John, we've obviously been around and out and about, I have, and so have my colleagues. We heard and we saw the heavy bombardments that are going around various parts just on the outskirts of the capital, and we've seen what's happened in Chernihiv, right. A lot of what the mayor there calls a colossal bombing. But I want to ask you this, because, you know, I guess, why do you think there's all this fighting going on now, from a military point of view, as you say, and they say, they're probably going to redirect forces elsewhere and probably to Donbass?
I think it's a couple of things, Christian. Number one, I think Mr. Putin wants to gain leverage at the negotiating table. So they met yesterday in Istanbul. The Russians said that, you know, it was a constructive conversation, but nothing was really agreed to. We think it's the Russian play to try to bargain for more leverage, which is why they're continuing the onslaught on some of these city centers, Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Kyiv, Mariupol, which are still under the threat of significant airstrikes. We also think that what they're trying to do in the east, a couple of things. One, try to fix and hold Ukrainian armed forces that are there in the joint forces operations area so that they can't come to the aid of their colleagues further west in the country. And number two, so that they can carve off that Donbass. Now, it's not clear whether he wants it to own it, occupy it, and annex it, you know, forever, or whether he's trying to be able to achieve some level of success on the ground there so that he can use that as a bargaining chip at the negotiating table. But you heard Mr. Yermak yourself. The Ukrainians are not willing to give up their sovereignty. They're not willing to give up 1 inch of their territory, nor should they have to. What really needs to happen is Mr. Putin needs to sit down at the table in good faith now, rather than trying to bargain or leverage himself for more opportunity later on.
And yet he does, and yet their forces still continue to bombard certainly places in the south. I mean, the government here and people are just absolutely beside themselves about what's happening in Mariupol. It is a terrible, terrible thing to be witnessing even from afar. Clearly that plays into what you just alluded to, the desire actually to carve out that whole area for themselves. And who's going to stop them?
Well, the Ukrainians are fighting bravely in Mariupol, and we are continuing to make sure that we get them as much defense assistance as we can, as fast as we can. So they are defending it very bravely. But you're right. We think Mariupol is important just because it's a big port city on the Sea of Azov. There's no question about that. But it sits at the southern end of that Donbass region. And so we think they definitely, Russians want it so that they can, again, carve off that eastern part of Ukraine.
John, the most difficult part of this, or one of the most difficult parts of this, is what you've essentially all left Ukraine sort of standing with, and that is no NATO, but they must have security guarantees if they agree to give up NATO, which they have, and if they agree to be neutral. Can you even envision or imagine what actual, credible, enforceable security guarantees would look like for a Ukraine under this circumstance?
It's difficult to get ahead of the negotiating process right now, Christian. I mean, this is obviously a discussion between Russia and Ukraine. We certainly encourage a diplomatic end to this war, a peaceful settlement, a ceasefire. But I don't want to get ahead of where they are in the discussions and the negotiations over what it's going to look like. But clearly, look, Ukraine shouldn't have to be fighting for their sovereignty to begin with. And again, we're going to continue to do as much as we can, as fast as we can, so that they can better defend themselves. And look, Christian, I mean, yes, the devastation is terrible to look at and gaze upon, and the civilian casualties continue to mount. I mean, this was a war of aggression that was completely unprovoked, but the Ukrainians have fought back very bravely and skillfully, and that's not by accident. It's not just about the stuff that they have. It's about the training and the support that the United States, Canada, Great Britain, other nations have provided to them over the last 8 years.
And John, just finally, everybody was very worried about this war spreading beyond Ukraine, that Putin would have designs elsewhere. Do you feel that's still as much of a threat?
We have to be mindful of that potential outcome. We have seen no indications, Christian, that Mr. Putin has designs on any other geography than Ukraine right now. Certainly no indications that he plans to threaten NATO territory or NATO airspace, but we're watching this very, very closely. And that is one of the reasons why, in addition to providing Ukraine the ability to defend itself, we, the United States, are contributing to NATO's eastern flank. We're adding more capability, just added some over the last couple of days. We're going to continue to look at that to make sure that our NATO allies know how seriously the United States takes our collective defense requirements.
John Kirby, thank you so much for being with us. Now, as we mentioned, President Joe Biden did speak with President Zelensky today to underscore America's support. In an earlier call with the leaders of Great Britain, Germany, Italy, and France, all affirmed their determination to continue raising the price for Russia. The French Foreign Minister, Jean-Yves Le Drian, plays a key role, of course, in his government's intense diplomatic effort. And when I spoke with him earlier this evening, I asked whether his government's dozens of calls and meetings with both parties are showing any sign of progress. Foreign Minister Le Drian, welcome to the program. Minister, can I ask you how you assess the Russian claim to be de-escalating here in Ukraine?
Pour l'instant, je constate que la guerre continue.
At the moment, I can see that the war continues, indiscriminate shelling, violence, terrific scenes in Mariupola, fighting in the Donbass. War is still raging. The Russian aggression is still ongoing. Just like you, I heard the new statements, but all I can rely upon is action. And at the moment, we've seen no Russian withdrawal from nowhere in Ukraine, and the intention of Russia to occupy the entire Ukrainian territory is still ongoing. So we will believe in the Russian words when they translate into action, not elsewhere. But at the moment, the withdrawal is not being seen anywhere. So I consider that there is no breakthrough, nothing new. It is only a statement.
Mr. Foreign Minister, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has asked again for more weapons. He's asked the Norwegian parliament today for more javelins, for ship-launched missiles and anti-tank weapons and anti-air weapons. He says he needs those urgently. Are you confident that France and other nations are getting weapons to Ukraine fast enough and just enough of them?
Le président Zelensky, dans son rôle de
President Zelensky is asking for support and even more support than such is his role. And we are, as a matter of fact, impressed by the resistance capacity of the Ukrainian nation, the strength of their military, their capacity to intervene, and everything that is being deployed. And we've seen already 1 month of war. And the reason is that Ukraine is standing good militarily, administratively, and all of the nations of the European Union, as well as the Ukraine's allies are providing military equipment because Ukraine must be in a position to defend itself. And we want a ceasefire as soon as possible, but in the meantime, we shall continue to provide Ukraine with defensive lethal weapons because this is necessary, because we want the war to stop. And we want the war to stop without going to war ourselves. And we want to support the Ukrainian people in its determination and its heroism.
You say you want the war to stop without going to war yourselves. So I want to know, 35 days into this, how you assess what's happening on the ground. Do you believe Putin is stronger or weaker? Do you believe that his adventurism will go beyond Ukraine? How do you assess it now compared to when the war started?
Chacun s'attendait au début de la guerre à
Well, at the beginning of the war, everyone was expecting a very strong breakthrough of the Russian forces. One, imagined, first of all, that they would take Donbass, and we then saw that it was an attack all over Ukraine. And 1 month after the beginning of the war, we can see that they've been facing a strong Ukrainian resistance because there's such a strong Ukrainian sovereignty, because the joint willingness of all of the Ukrainians is so strong, and because as well we've been supporting Ukraine in its fight. President Putin probably is bound to bend the actions of the Russian military, and for more than 3 weeks now, he's been waging a war of siege, as we say. It is terrible in Mariupol, but as well in Kharkiv, and it will probably happen to other cities as well. And this war of siege is terrible, and President Putin already has the experience of doing so, because it is very much the method that was used by the Russian forces in Aleppo. It is, first of all, shelling, then taking the population hostage, and then pretending to open some humanitarian corridors, and then consider that those who did not use the so-called humanitarian corridors that go to Russia, well, those people who did not leave are being considered terrorists or Nazis, to use the wording of President Putin. So this war of sieges is horrible, and it is still going on. And if Russia wishes to make some gestures, they have to put an end to that. In particular in Mariupol, they have to lift the siege of Mariupol. They have to allow access to Mariupol for humanitarian purposes, so that the humanitarian assistance can reach the population, and so that as well the Mariupol people are free to move. So that would restore and allow us to give the minimum of credibility to the Russian statements.
It does seem that Russia has been withdrawing some of its original major demands from Ukraine. Your president, President Macron, has been speaking to President Putin just yesterday, I think was the latest. What is Putin saying? What does your president, what do you believe is Putin's aim right now? What are his demands right now?
Je ne sais pas quel est l'objectif du président Poutine.
I do not know what is the goal of President Putin. What I'm aware of is that President Macron speaks to President Putin on a regular basis with some sort of an obstination to, first of all, try and lead Putin to a ceasefire next to the opening of genuine negotiations. But from the beginning of these talks, President Putin did not make a move or nothing visible, including during the negotiation phases. And in Istanbul, on the occasion of these negotiations, there was nothing new, no breakthrough on what's been discussed over 3 weeks already in Belarus, in Gomel, or in Antalya, in Turkey. The issues are still the same. And on the merits, well, it doesn't seem that President Putin has changed in any way, shape, or form. He still wishes to impose his diktat on Ukraine. And what is new in the talks in Istanbul is that it's been made public. On the other hand, I very much know that President Zelensky has made some openings, and particularly regarding neutrality of Ukraine, but in parallel, he also wants some security guarantees to be given to his country, and at the moment, there is nothing like that in the discussion. So yes, there are ongoing talks. That's a good thing. There is no breakthrough. Unfortunately, the priority for us is a ceasefire, and the utmost priority is on the lifting of the siege of Mariupol.
Foreign Minister, the Ukrainian presidency says that a ceasefire must not be the basis for dismissing sanctions. They believe President Putin is playing with the international community and still seeks to divide you. Are you confident that you remain united? And what would be the condition for any lifting of sanctions?
Depuis le début de l'agression russe,
since the beginning of the Russian aggression,
à 3 réveils simultanés.
With the 3 awakenings in parallel, which were probably unexpected by Putin. First of all, an awakening of the Ukrainian nation, its solidity, its coherence, its determination, an awakening of the European Union as well, which not only affirmed itself as a power, but also very quickly was able to show its unity and also to take some major decisions quickly, efficiently, and unanimously. And then there was a third awakening, that of NATO, which at some point in time was wondering about its own future and is now back to its fundamentals. So here again, unity on collective defense of the Euro-Atlantic space. And I believe that President Putin did not expect that. He did not expect joint and coherent action. So yes, we adopted sanctions so that the price to be paid for this aggression on Ukraine, the price for Russia, and particularly for the Russian authorities, the price should be such that it is in the interest of the Russian leaders to negotiate. So there shall be no prerequisite for a ceasefire. A ceasefire is a must. It is the condition for the opening of negotiations. And we're well aware of the elements of the future negotiations. First of all, in the best possible, it is important that the negotiations can take place in the best possible circumstances, that is, with a ceasefire.
Foreign Minister Le Drian, thank you very much for joining us.
Merci, à très bientôt, j'espère.
Now, someone who's following the crisis here closely is Elliot Ackerman. He's the author and former U.S. Marine who served 5 tours of duty in Iraq and Afghanistan and has just spent 2 weeks here in Kyiv. Ackerman joined Walter Isaacson to discuss Russia's new tactics and the role of moral resolve in war.
Thank you, Christian and Elliot Ackerman. Welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me, Walter.
Russia has just said that it's going to concentrate now on the eastern Ukraine and try to pull back some of its troops from Kiev. You've just spent 2 weeks in Kiev and the parts of Ukraine. Tell me why you think this is happening.
I think it's Russia conceding that the initial objectives of its invasion were too large. They do not have what in military terms we call the troops to task to take all of Kyiv, let alone all of Ukraine. I mean, Kyiv, this is a massive city of nearly 4 million inhabitants before the war. So the fact that they are pulling out of Kyiv and trying to focus now in the east and in the south shows that war is entering a new phase in which the Russians will, I believe, be pursuing a more limited set of objectives.
You know, you write in a piece in The Atlantic that the Russians don't know how to empower their soldiers. You're a Marine in Iraq and in Afghanistan. What's the difference between the way you felt empowered and the way Russian troops are fighting?
So in NATO countries, we employ what are called mission tactics. And what that means is there is a philosophy of empowerment by which, you know, every small unit leader from the 21-year-old corporal up to the general officer understands the mission and the intent of the mission. And the reason for that is oftentimes, you know, the best laid plans don't work out. And so in the fog of battle, the chaos of war, when the plan isn't working, if everyone understands the mission, you have a more adaptable military, and you can create new plans very quickly from the lowest levels up to the highest levels. Now, the Russian model is a far more centralized model where the planning is far more intricate. The decision-making is made by a small, much more senior group of officers, and that can work very well and be effective. But the challenge is when the mission doesn't go according to plan at the lower levels, there's this inability to adapt. And I think probably the greatest visual we have on that from this Ukraine war was, if we recall, the 40-mile convoy extending north from Kyiv. And I think in the early days, many Ukrainians and observers were sort of terrified, what is this enormous convoy that's going towards Kyiv? But the reality now in hindsight is that was really an enormous traffic jam. And things hadn't gone according to plan, and everyone in that convoy had no ability to adapt. So ultimately, these two different warfighting philosophies, we see them translating as a difference in adaptability on the battlefield. And the Russians have shown an inability to adapt, particularly in this first month of the war.
What has the use of javelins and anti-tank weaponry taught you about how tactics and strategy are shifting in wars like this?
Well, this is a really important issue to be watching right now in the war in Ukraine, in so much as we're seeing a technological shift occur on the battlefield, where these anti-tank missile systems like the Javelin and the British-made NLAW are very capable, and they are destroying the latest Russian tanks. So these are what are called anti-platform weapons. They're designed to destroy platforms like tanks. Platforms also include things like high-tech fighter planes and very expensive capital ships. And so what we're seeing as a trend is, as these anti-platform systems become more effective, they reduce the importance and the centrality of these massive platforms on the battlefield. And the U.S. needs to be paying attention to this, because the U.S. in particular, we have a very platform-centric view of warfare, where all of our warfighting capacity is manifested in, if you're in the Army, in our tanks, if you're in the Air Force, in our fighter planes, like the very expensive F-35, or our aircraft carriers, if you're in the Navy. So as we look to future conflicts the U.S. could be engaged in, it's important to take away this lesson in Ukraine, which is we need to be very careful that we're not confronting an adversary who we perceive as weaker, but who in fact has a very strong anti-platform capability that could level the battlefield for us.
You were a Marine and fought in the battle for Fallujah. Tell me how that contrasts to the battle for Kiev that the Russians were trying to wage.
When I fought as a Marine in the Battle of Fallujah, I was an infantry officer, and our infantry worked very closely with our tanks, the Abrams battle tank, which is a state-of-the-art tank, but similar in capability as the Russian tanks. And I watched on numerous occasions as we were advancing into the city, Abrams tanks absorb rocket-propelled grenades, which was the best anti-tank weapon the insurgents had against us. Now, those tanks, if they had, instead of being hit with a rocket-propelled grenade, had been hit with a javelin, they would have been immediately catastrophically destroyed. And so the efficacy of tanks in an urban environment really is called into question when you have these very effective anti-tank missile systems. And that's going to be very important to note in any potential battle for a major Ukrainian city, whether it's Kyiv, or we've already seen this taking place in cities like Mariupople and even Kherson.
So many analysts said that the Russians would just march right in like a blitzkrieg into Kiev. I think the Russians thought so as well. Why did they get it wrong?
The big story here in Ukraine, as much as we've been talking about technology, and the technology is all great, but it is a story of motivation. The Russians have made the enormous mistake of underestimating Ukrainian motivations, understanding the essential feeling of nationality that Ukrainians have, and have particularly developed since 2014, when this war began with the Russians, because any Ukrainian you meet will tell you this war didn't start in February of this year. This war started in 2014 when Russia annexed Crimea. So the Russians really have underestimated what I would call, the moral aspects of this conflict. And the Ukrainians are fighting to defend their families and their homes. And so Napoleon has, who fought many of his battles in that part of the war, he has one of his maxims. And the maxim, he said, was the moral to the material in war is as 3 is to 1. And we're seeing that right now, that the individuals who actually have that 3-to-1 advantage are not the Russians. It is the Ukrainians. And I believe they will continue to enjoy that 3-to-1 advantage. And I think it's what's ultimately going to leave them as the victors in this war.
That moral 3-to-1 force multiplier, is that just the Ukraine military, or is that the grandmothers, the teenagers, the people of Ukraine, all being part of a moral force that's winning this battle?
I will say, one of the things that's been most remarkable to me spending time over there, particularly as someone who once considered himself a professional soldier, is that the vast majority of soldiers there, the people we're watching each night on the nightly news, they are not, in fact, soldiers. They are, filmmakers, bakers, the grandmothers you referred to, young people who've left school to volunteer. So this is really a true national mobilization of the sort that I have never seen in my lifetime, and of the sort I've only read about in history books dating back to, for instance, the Second World War.
And now are they totally convinced that they can repel the Russian attack, especially on Kiev and central Ukraine?
Walter, I was recently in Kiev, and I was talking to a Ukrainian filmmaker who had spent some time actually as a political prisoner. And I made the mistake of saying to him, "Do you think you'll make a movie about this after the war?" And he leaned in closely and said to me, "Around here, we don't say after the war." And I said, "What do you say?" He said, "Around here, we say after the victory."
Wow. You wrote in Time magazine that there's a sentiment in Ukraine that this is not just the Russian leadership, but that this is Russia, the Russian people who are doing it to them. And I'd like to do a quote from that article. "The Russian people have made a bargain with Putin. It's one they've made throughout their history. They have allowed a despot to take away their freedom, but in exchange, he has offered them glory." To what extent do the Ukrainians feel they're now at war with the Russian people?
And the Ukrainians are quick to point out that if you have been paying attention to this region, there has been 20 plus years of Russian aggression, whether it's in Chechnya, in Georgia, in Ukraine now twice. And they believe that the Russian people have enabled Putin for 2 decades, and that Putin is not the problem, that Putin is the symptom of a larger problem, and that is Russian aggression. So the Ukrainians I know and have spoken with feel very strongly that you cannot decouple this conflict from the Russian people themselves. And if you look at polling, polling does show strong majority support within Russia for the war in Ukraine.
So when Biden says this man cannot stay in power, referring to Putin, do you think a change in power in Russia would change this attitude of the Russians in terms of their expansionist views about Ukraine?
I think a hope that a simple change of the person on top in Russia is a solution to all of this is probably not realistic. That these are much deeper problems with regards to Russian aggression in that part of the world. So I don't believe that simply trying to have a strategy that's solely focused on getting Putin out of power is somehow going to solve the problems that we're seeing coming out of Russia.
Those of us who write biographies always wonder about the role of a singular person. And so I was going to ask you about President Zelensky. To what extent has his sense of inspiration, his fortitude, helped make it so that Ukraine seems to be repelling the Russian invasion? And to what extent would this have happened even with a different leader?
The best leaders are really vehicles by which nations are able to express and manifest their collective will. So I think President Zelensky is only as good as the Ukrainian people, but he has shown himself adept at being a vessel to communicate their collective will. And I think that the Ukrainian people are very fortunate that they have a leader like Zelensky right now. And I think President Zelensky is very fortunate that the Ukrainian people have all gotten behind him.
President Zelensky continually calls for more support from NATO, the United States, including air support. When you were there, were there things you were hoping that the U.S. and the West should be doing? And do you think that would be wise for the U.S. to become more involved in this fight?
I think whether the U.S. and the West wants to become more involved in this fight or not is sort of beside the point. We are involved in this fight. And it is, I believe, an essential one. It's one that we haven't necessarily seen yet in our lifetimes. So the Ukrainians have been very vocal, and rightly so, about the need to gain control of their airspace. We need to be giving the Ukrainians at least the resources to set up their own no-fly zone if we want them to prevail in this war. And I would argue that it's essential that they prevail in this war against the Russians if we, as a free people, don't want to see the continued march of authoritarianism across the globe.
As a Marine, what lessons do you think that the American military and forces like the Marines should take? What have we learned so far from this fighting?
You know, Walter, I think we'll go back to this idea, and it's really a strategic one, of the essential nature of the moral in war. We have, in the last less than a year, seen the fall of Afghanistan and now this invasion in Ukraine. And I think it's important to tie the two together. In the case of Afghanistan, we saw a highly equipped military that had been deeply trained, really invested in over years and years, with a very dysfunctional government collapse in a matter of weeks. That was Afghanistan. In Ukraine, we have seen a government that we haven't invested in nearly the same way, have been very reluctant to equip, hold together, and shock the entire world. And the only real difference in those two cases is the moral factor, whether or not these people wanted to fight, whether or not they wanted to hold their country together. And I think as Americans and as the West, as we look forward and we try to figure out, the strategies that will secure our prosperity, it's important to keep in mind the moral makeup of the countries we're bringing on as partners. So I think that is an essential lesson coming out of this war in Ukraine, and one that we should all focus on.
So looking at how the Ukrainians defended their freedom and contrasting that with the way the Afghan army didn't, does that make you think that it was a mistake the way we went into Afghanistan?
Well, what it makes me think is, oftentimes we have a tendency to try to disconnect the military aspect of a conflict from the political aspect of a conflict. As we look at a conflict like a Ukraine or in Afghanistan and understand that what we saw in Afghanistan in terms of the military defeat was very much linked into the political dynamics on the ground in Afghanistan. And what we're seeing in Ukraine right now, which is a remarkable victory with regards to the Russians, and a really remarkable demonstration of capability, is directly tied into the politics of Ukraine. And so any country that just segregates the military from the political and tries to think about them separately is going to wind up making strategic errors.
If there is a compromise to try to end this war, and it involves Ukraine being neutral and forswearing being part of NATO, and if it requires giving up control of some of the Donbass and Crimea or making it disputed territories, do you think the Ukrainians will approve something like that?
I think it's, at least at this moment, battlefield conditions being what they are, I think it's very difficult to see an outcome by which the Ukrainian people would accept a peace built on terms by which they had to concede the Donbass and concede Crimea back to the Russians. The Ukrainian people, and I think correctly so, view themselves as being the winners of this war thus far. And as the winners, they don't believe they should have to concede anything. It's the losers who concede, and they view the Russians as the losers. Now, obviously, the Russians have made incursions into Ukraine, but the Ukrainian people are by no way chastened by what's happened the last month. And I don't think President Zelensky would have the ability to hand over, even if he wanted to hand over territory to the Russians. So, we're going to have to see how this plays out in the weeks and months ahead. And I anticipate you're going to see a lot of jockeying on the battlefield for a position that could lead to advantages in the negotiating room. But at least psychologically, right now, the Ukrainians don't, at least the ones that I've been talking with, don't feel they need to concede anything. And I think it would be very difficult for President Zelensky to do so and politically survive at home.
Elliot Ackerman, as always, very enlightening. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
And that's it for now. Thank you for watching, and good night from Kyiv.
and welcome. I'm Eleni Jarkos in Dubai. Let's get straight into the latest on Russia's war in Ukraine. The mayor of one Ukrainian city under fire says a sharp escalation in attacks today is yet another confirmation that Russia always lies. Russia promised to dramatically reduce its assaults on Chernihiv and Kyiv as a trust-building measure. And yet the pictures speak for themselves. Both of those cities have come under renewed attack. In fact, one Ukrainian official says there were no areas without air raid sirens overnight. And we warn you, the next video we're about to show you is graphic and disturbing. And this is what's left of Irpin, a key suburb of Kyiv. Officials say as many as 300 civilians were killed there before Ukraine recaptured the town from Russian forces. Bodies are still lying in the streets, and some have reportedly been booby-trapped. And in the south, new satellite images from Mariupolie show entire city blocks wiped out amid an ongoing siege. And among the targets, a Red Cross warehouse clearly marked with its well-known symbol. Ukraine's president addressed the Norwegian parliament today, saying all of Europe is affected by this war.
The future of the entire continent, from north to south, from east to west, is being decided right now on our land, in Ukrainian airspace, in Ukrainian waters, so that your soldiers won't have to protect the countries of NATO's east, so that the Russian mines won't drift towards your ports, your fjords, so that your people won't have to get used to the sound of air sirens, and so the Russian tanks won't be gathering at your borders. We have to stop Russian aggression together, and only together.
A stark warning there, and just a short time ago, a CNN team on the outskirts of Kyiv said heavy fighting is ongoing, including constant shelling and sporadic small arms fire. Both our mayors of Kyiv and Chernihiv spoke today about Russia's claim of de-escalation.
Yesterday, information right now, the Russian forces move away from Kyiv. It's not true. Whole night we listen to sirens. This means a rocket attack, and we listen a huge explosion east of Kyiv and north of Kyiv. It's means battles there. The people died, still died.
Yet another confirmation that Russia always lies. And they are saying about the reducing intensity, they actually have increased the intensity of strikes. Today we've had a colossal mortar attack on the center of Chernihiv. 25 people have been wounded and are now in hospital. They're all civilians.
These are first-hand accounts of what is going on the ground. In the meantime, the UK Defence Ministry confirms that what we're seeing on the ground, saying Russia is continuing full-scale armed aggression. Let's bring in a CNN military analyst, General Wesley Clark. He's a former NATO Supreme Allied Commander. We have heard the promises coming through from the Russians saying that they plan to scale down forces. Why would they do this on such a public platform? Do you think it's part of a wider military strategy for some kind of maneuver or an unsuspecting surprise, or do you think they're ready to negotiate?
Well, Russian statements are part of the war-winning strategy that the Russians adopt. So what they want to say is things that will forestall greater reinforcement of Ukraine, cause confusion in the West, cause doubt for Ukrainian reporting. They want to integrate a strategy of military fighting, public information, and fake diplomacy so that they can build up their forces and do militarily more successful operations than they've done thus far. That's all it is.
Yeah. Okay, General, if you look at what the Russians have been doing across the country, they do have they almost have Mariupol. If you look at the devastation that's caused there, a few other cities are looking vulnerable. What do you think is going on in Putin's war room right now, where he's thinking about regrouping and taking low-hanging fruit?
Yeah, I think what Putin is doing is, first of all, he's keeping the diplomacy going to confuse and divide the West if he can. He's building up his logistics and trying to get the forces that are in Ukraine resupplied and he's mobilizing more forces and more obsolescent equipment to reinforce these forces. At the same time, he's reaching out to China, looking for assistance, and his diplomats are going to other countries and telling them, do not assist Ukraine. So all of that's ongoing at the time. He hasn't succeeded initially militarily, but he does have weapons factories. He can produce more weapons. He can produce more equipment. He's got lots of people he can throw into this fight. And it's a very uneven contest because Kyiv doesn't have the weapons manufacturing, has a much smaller population. They're just fighting for their lives and their culture there.
Yeah. We've heard President Zelensky saying this is a problem for the world. We've seen the contagion effect from security issues to economic. NATO has drawn a line of what it can and can't do. You've in the past mentioned the United Nations. Is it time now that the UN thinks about what the strategies should be?
Eleni, I think that's exactly right. And the UN, we should be demanding that the UN intervene here. First, in a humanitarian sense. Secondly, to call off the fighting and demand a ceasefire. Unfortunately, Russia has thus far blocked the Security Council from passing resolutions. We need to find an alternative mechanism through the General Assembly. And all those nations that are sort of sitting on the fence and waiting to see what happens need to understand that this Russian attack on Ukraine is an attack on the international system that they depend on for finance, for trade, for travel, and so forth. So they got to stop sitting on the fence. The UN has to be charged to take action, get this halted, to get the Russians out.
I think you hit the nail on the head there. You need everyone to agree. You have so many abstentions right now. How concerned are you when you see the conversations of Russia and China saying, we've got to take our relationship to the next level? Many Africans are also sitting on the sidelines. Could this be the rise of major polarization globally?
Well, I think if this is handled right, there's a tremendous opportunity for the United States and the West to end this challenge. If it's handled improperly, if Russia's allowed to succeed in its aims in Ukraine, yes, we'll have a much more deeply polarized world. And all these fence-sitting nations are sort of waiting to see it, because what we did initially is we said we were taking military action in Ukraine off the table for NATO and the United States, that we would give assistance. That was a smart move to bring NATO together, to build consensus inside Europe and so forth. But we're reaching a point with the humanitarian dangers where NATO is going to have to take greater risks. These nations that are in NATO are going to have to do more to assist the Ukrainians. Otherwise, it's going to go the wrong way.
When you say more, do you mean boots on the ground? Do you mean no-fly zones? How would that play out in your mind?
I think, first of all, we've got to get rid of the bureaucratic impediments that are keeping us from getting more munitions and systems into Ukraine more rapidly. They need old Soviet systems. They need the 152, 122 millimeter artillery. They need the munitions for it. They need armored vehicles, the stuff they're used to. That stuff is being held by our own allies in Eastern Europe. Some of them are bargaining. Some of them are asking for money. Some of them are asking for backfill from the United States. These countries need to understand that the United States, part of NATO, will guarantee their protection. They need to cough up those resources now, because the best way to protect NATO is to have Ukraine fight and defeat Russia on the ground in Ukraine.
General Wesley Clark, thank you so much. Great to have you on the show. Now, Russia is continuing to bomb other areas in the outskirts of Kyiv. Chief international anchor Christian Amanpour went to Brovary today to show us the horrors the city's residents are enduring.
Missiles have struck the town of Brovary, a suburb of eastern Kyiv, twice in the last week alone. This tangled, jagged mass of metal and cladding is what's left of a massive warehouse that stored food, paper, and the beer and alcohol that's no longer allowed to be consumed under martial law. This happened at almost exactly the same time that the Russians were announcing their de-escalation around Kyiv. This missile struck right here. Imagine the good fortune of the truck driver who was loading up to take crates and packages and boxes of food and supplies to the supermarkets in this town and also to Kyiv. He managed to survive. We are told 3 workers were killed, but Brovary has never fallen to Russian forces. Directly west of here, Russian and Ukrainian troops have been fiercely fighting over the town of Irpin, and now it does appear that the Russians are retreating from here. A clear indication that this war around Kyiv has simply not gone the way Russia planned. Whatever the reason, Moscow says it's retrenching. Their intercepted radio conversations, verified by the New York Times, show their soldiers in distress from the very start.
Мне необходима остро дозаправка, вода, продукты. Я тебе на прием.
This was west of the capital in Makariv in the very first days of the war, already signaling the focus on civilians once their own so-called properties were out of harm's way. This security video shows a Russian armored vehicle just blowing up a car, instantly killing the elderly couple inside. Ukraine has lost its fighters too. Here in the Brovary cemetery, Boris, the caretaker, shows us freshly dug graves. This guy, this soldier, died on the very first day of the war.
Да.
It's raining, it's drizzling here today. It's almost as if this city is crying as it mourns its war dead, because all of these graves are for the fighters of this place who've fallen in combat since this war began. This grave has been dug, but the family can't yet bury their son, a soldier who was fighting in a village 15 kilometers away, but's held by the Russians. They haven't yet been able to get his body released. And even Boris's heart breaks when he tells me about a father who's just lost his son, his only child, and who asked, "What do I have to live for now?"
Christian Amanpour, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for bringing us that report. You're visiting various parts of Ukraine right now. Honestly, very difficult to watch some of what you've seen. What's your assessment of the situation on the ground?
Well, look, you know, it's really hard to determine, because every time you get a statement from the Kremlin, then facts on the ground belie what they're saying. Everybody I've spoken to, whether it's, you know, officials here in Ukraine, whether it's the French foreign minister who I interviewed earlier, whether it's the Americans, whether it's, you know, the Ukrainian chief of staff to the president, they just are too skeptical now. They say there's no de-escalation around the capital. There may be some regrouping, and then what? So everybody's kind of waiting and wondering whether Putin will direct most of his forces towards the east. But at the moment, the crisis of most urgency for the government and for people is Mariupol in the south, where it has been pounded, and there is no let-up and no sign of any humanitarian corridor or convoys. Of course, they've been trying to do this for weeks now, but it simply hasn't materialized, and it has been bombed to sort of medieval Stone Age style. It's terrible. You've seen the latest pictures, and it is really, really tragic what's happening there. And so that's the main effort and the main plea now of the Ukrainian government, to get a ceasefire to stop the killing of all these civilians. And only then can they really talk about a proper, you know, peace or a negotiated settlement. They keep putting things on the table. They then get told 1 minute from Moscow that, well, progress has been made, and the next minute that actually, no, not enough progress has been made. So it's very difficult at the moment to actually unpick how this is going to, you know, get to a proper negotiation to end this.
This is perhaps a moral or philosophical kind of question here, but Christian, if you're trying to reconcile the urgency that you're seeing on the ground, the trauma that is happening right this second, every single day in Ukraine, versus the rhetoric and the talks that are happening at a global and macro level, do you feel that, and do Ukrainians feel that more should be and could be done by NATO and even the United Nations, which has, of course, been hamstrung by the fact that there's been so many abstentions in condemning this war?
Well, the absence of the United Nations is quite staggering in attempting at least to convene some kind of, global peace conference on this. That's what they do. Now, it is true that the UNHCR, which deals with refugees, the World Food Programme, UNICEF, which deals with children, the Human Rights Commission, they're all on the ground here trying their best to get humanitarian aid into Mariupol. But just look what happened. The ICRC, the Red Cross warehouse in Mariupol, clearly marked with a massive red cross for all above to see, has been shelled. It just beggars belief, because this is now completely and utterly deliberate. So yes, this government here does believe that not enough yet is being done. And most particularly, they are asking again and again, and President Zelensky did today when he addressed the Norwegian parliament, he asked again for more ammunition to defend the country. If they are not going to get any boots on the ground or planes in the air from NATO, they at least want the material to be able to defend themselves. And they say, they need it. They need it now. They need it fast. They're using a lot. They run out a lot, and they just need to keep getting replenished, because it is them who have stood up against this much, much more mighty military machine from Moscow.
And clearly could have global ramifications. Christiane Amanpour, thank you very much. Really good to have you on the show and to speak with you. And still to come, Russia quashes even the guarded optimism that a deal to end the war might be taking shape. We'll have the latest on the intense diplomatic efforts. And Germany issues a warning on energy supplies. We'll have the latest on concerns about Russian gas shipments. Russia is throwing cold water on the prospect that a peace deal with Ukraine is beginning to come together. And that's after talks in Istanbul. The Kremlin's chief spokesman now says, "We cannot yet state anything promising, no breakthroughs, lots of work ahead." Meantime, Russia's foreign minister met today with his Chinese counterparts, who said the two countries are ready to further deepen their relations. China's president is expected to meet virtually with EU leaders on Friday. CNN's Nick Robertson is tracking the diplomatic efforts for us from Brussels. Nick, listening to China and Russia having a conversation about deepening relations, taking it to a higher level. In the meantime, China knows what's at stake. What are you making of this very public display of camaraderie?
There's been a lot of international pressure on China, particularly from the European Union, the US, NATO and others, not to give economic support, not to give military support, not to give political and diplomatic cover to Russia's war in Ukraine. That's exactly the opposite of what happened today. Both Russia and China saying that they were deepening and strengthening their relationship, taking it to new levels. Even the very fact that President Xi, before the war, met with President Putin and talked about a new strategic relationship between the two nations itself, according to the sort of top European diplomat from the representative on China from the European Parliament here, that alone was support from China, explicit support, in essence, from China for Russia's actions in Ukraine. China and Xi Jinping, the leader, will have a video conference with European Union leaders, Ursula von der Leyen, the Commission President, and the Council President, Charles Michel, on Friday. And the advice they're getting from behind the scenes is that the EU needs to get really tough with China now. China is backing Russia. It is a way for Russia to get around sanctions, to find some economic support and military support when much of the world wants to see the conflict in Ukraine end, and that the sanctions that all the nations here are putting on Russia are designed to bring the war to a speedy end. So you can expect the conversation on Friday with Xi Jinping to be somewhat frosty from the European Union perspective, because they expect Xi Jinping to back away from Russia. He's clearly not going to do that. So on that alone, there's a huge difference of opinion and a huge task for the European Union and the United States.
Absolutely, because what he says, to leaders when he meets in private is very different to what we see on a public platform. Lavrov also said that the West has been the world's dominant player for over 500 years, now a different era forming of multipolar international order that is now here. And this is, I guess, the big concern. Are we going to see sort of a recalibration of the world order where there are clear alliances at play that could cause economic and security risks?
We're seeing that already. That's the default of what's happened with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It's forced nations to take sides and take stiff and hard positions. It has caused many nations in the Gulf to consider whether or not they're going to support their allies in Moscow. We're talking here about the Saudis and the close relationship and the dominance that Saudi Arabia and the Russians have in the oil and gas sector, and the calls from President Biden to Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia to increase oil production. Saudi is not particularly disposed to do that. They're having a tough diplomatic relationship with President Biden. So it's all happening around us. There is sort of no line in the sand that gets crossed other than the beginning of the war. These are all things now where all decisions that nations are having to take. China's clearly at this time siding with Russia. Nations in the Middle East still figuring out in which direction they'll go. Nations in Europe taking a firm position. One of the things that President Biden has been keen to do was align the European nations with the United States position on China, on trade, and to curb China's human rights abuses and other issues. And that is now default happening because the European Union, because China is siding with Russia in this and needs to shore up sanctions. That's the direction the European Union will move in. It will align more closely with the United States. Whether China wanted that outcome or not isn't clear. But these are the sorts of things that are happening as a result of the war.
Yeah. Exactly, and China is so important globally with regards to trade and also holding trillions of dollars worth of US treasuries. It's going to be fascinating to see, Nick. Thank you so much for your analysis, and I'm sure it's a conversation we'll have quite often in the next few weeks. So Germany and Austria are both issuing an early warning on energy supply, saying there could be shortages of natural gas if a standoff with Moscow leads to Russia closing the taps. These fears come as Russia demands to be paid in rubles rather than in dollars or euros, and threatens to cut off supplies if those demands aren't met. But just a short time ago, we've learned that Vladimir Putin told Germany's chancellor that payments can still be made in euros to a bank that's not affected by sanctions. The German chancellor is said to be asking for more details on that plan. David Mackenzie joining me now live from London to discuss these latest developments. Europe needs the oil and gas, Russia needs the money. You know, this is going to be a really interesting one to see about the pain that will be inflicted on either side.
Well, the important part of this, Eleni, is that there is a practical implication of this geopolitical shift. The European Union, which is obviously piling on massive amounts of sanctions on Russia, well, the one caveat to that, of course, is in many ways oil and particularly natural gas. Now, the German economy minister warning that they could have rationing in the country, saying to businesses, households, even hospitals that they need to start being careful with their natural gas usage. And the economic giant of Europe really represents many European countries that are heavily dependent on Russia. $7 billion plus a year in exports of natural gas from Russia, much of that going to the European Union. This is a lifeline for Vladimir Putin, and the Ukrainian officials have been complaining about this. It's a way to get around the very harsh sanctions on both the financial export and services industries. Here's the economy minister of Germany.
Sind in einer Situation, wo ich klar sagen muss, dass jede
We're in a situation in which I have to clearly state that every saved kilowatt hour of energy helps. And this is why I want to also use this declaration of the early warning with an appeal to industrialists and private consumers to help us, to help Germany, to help Ukraine by saving gas and energy overall.
I think here's where this becomes important in the coming weeks, particularly in nations of Europe, which have had a remarkably united front in these sanctions of Russia. If it starts hurting the pocketbook, the lifestyle of Europeans, we will see if that united front continues if this war drags out. So again, it has very real implications for the conflict and for the European Union. Eleni?
All right, David Mackenzie in London, thank you so very much for that update. And still to come tonight, millions of people have fled Ukraine, and we'll show you how fellow refugees are trying to provide some comfort ahead. Welcome back. I'm Eleni Jakos in Dubai. Since the early weeks of the invasion, the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv has been nearly encircled by Russian forces. But Ukrainian soldiers are reclaiming territory. One soldier tells Reuters that they're pushing the Russians back slowly and steadily. Earlier, I spoke to Kharkiv's mayor, who is similarly in a similar determined position, and I began by asking him if he's worried about the intelligence that's suggesting that Russia wants to split Ukraine and control the east.
I can totally, definitely say that city of Kharkiv is a Ukrainian city, and it will remain Ukrainian. Kharkiv will never accept Russian Federation rule. Russia is an aggressor who attacked a peaceful country of Ukraine. We didn't want to wage war against anyone, but we have to defend ourselves, and we have to carry on our heroic defense against the Russian occupiers.
Tell us about the security situation on the ground right now in Kharkiv.
The situation is really tense. As of 24th of February, the shelling is constant. The infrastructure is being ruined. And today, many parts of town were shelled, and the parts of town where people live were hit. So people have to spend their time in bomb shelters in order to save their lives. So we didn't have basically a single day when city was not shelled and we were not living to the tune of massive explosions.
Are you winning in this fight? Because Russians, from what we understand, have come up against major resilience.
As to the motivation, I can totally tell you that our troops' motivation, our civilians' motivation is totally different than the motivation of our enemy, because we are fighting for our freedom. We are defending our land, peaceful country that never attacked anyone. And of course, we are counting on the support of the United States and Great Britain, other European country, support for Ukraine, so we could defend ourselves and we could be victorious. First of all, we're talking about weaponry. It's very important for us to get weapons that we need. And clearly, closing the skies over Ukraine is one of the paramount things that we totally require, because the air is killing our people. The rockets and bombs are coming from the air. So this is probably the biggest area of concern.
That was the mayor of Kharkiv speaking to me earlier, and the biggest area of concern, he's reiterating, is the air. That is where they're getting the most issues and attacks. And this video shows a Holocaust memorial in his city destroyed. Considering that the Kremlin's claim that it's denazifying Ukraine, it's worth pointing out how historic markers like this are being shelled indiscriminately too. In southern Ukraine, near the city of Mykolaiv, the relentless fighting has become too close and too much to bear for some residents. Some are fleeing to safety as the Russian troops, marked in red on this map, draw closer. Others staying behind, too scared to leave, instead taking shelter in their homes. CNN's Ben Wiedemann reports.
The blasted, burnt-out hulks of Russia's might lie on a road outside Mykolaiv. War rumbles in the distance. Lieutenant Colonel Yaroslav Chapurny doubts peace or even a pause is at hand. Russia, he says, put such a huge effort into invading Ukrainian territory. It's hard to imagine it will leave so easily. As fighting raged on the road just a few minutes' drive from here were civilians, many of them huddling in their cellars for protection, scared of the fighting, but terrified of the danger if they tried to flee. This house in the nearby village of Shevchenko took a direct hit. Bombardment is less frequent now. It's just calm enough for 72-year-old Natalia to pack up and go. It's impossible to tolerate this anymore, she says. I'm already an old woman. A neighbor will drive her to nearby Mykolaiv. Shrapnel riddled his car and shattered the back window. I'm not afraid to die, says Natalia, but I'm just not ready. I haven't gone to confession yet. In an adjacent town, Lyuba shows me the potato cellar she hid in for days. It's cold here, she says. There was no electricity for 2 weeks. As fate would have it, she did well to stay down there. One day, a rocket landed in her backyard. Tongue-in-cheek, she told us the Russians left a gift for her, a gift that keeps on ticking. All right, we have to leave this spot because this rocket has not exploded. Many of the villages near the front have been largely abandoned. Only the most stubborn stay behind. Ben Wiedemann, CNN, outside Mykolaiv.
The UN Refugee Agency says 4 million people have now left Ukraine, and that includes 2 million children, forced to flee Russia's brutal war. Those refugees have poured into neighboring countries like Poland, Romania, Hungary, and Moldova. More than 6.5 million people are internally displaced. A woman from Mariupole tells us what it's like to have to escape your home and what your priorities become.
You only have one desire, to just stay alive and be safe, but whenever you get out, there is a new stage of hell when you try to understand that you are now a refugee, homeless, and you're kind of, partially broken because of what you've gone through.
Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian refugees have ended up in Hungary. As they arrive in Budapest, volunteers greet them with supplies, guidance, and a welcome dose of compassion. And that's because many volunteers know all too well what they're going through. Matt Rivers shows us why.
Each time a new group shows up, it's anybody's guess how many refugees there will be. But more than a month into this war, weary Ukrainians keep coming and coming, looking for safety in the Hungarian capital of Budapest.
So authorities here say that as compared to a few weeks ago, things are now much more organized. So once people come in, they get processed, and then the idea is to get them to where they want to go. So if they want to stay here, they go to door number 4 over here to get local accommodation. Door number 3, that would take them to the airport. And door number 2 and number 1 over here, this is where refugees go when they want to go to the train station here locally.
Making their journey a little easier is Yulia Pokilenko. She's a volunteer, translating Ukrainian into Hungarian or English. And here, she helps us speak with this couple who left behind family as they fled Ukraine just a week ago. Are you worried about them?
Очень волнуемся, переживаем. Хотим, чтобы все были живы, здоровы.
She wants what everybody would stay alive and be healthy.
She wants what everybody wants,
yes,
to be safe.
It's finished.
Yulia has a gentle touch with these new arrivals. She's warm and kind and empathetic because she too is a refugee from a suburb of Kyiv. She fled amidst intense fighting a few weeks ago. Yulia took this video just before she left of the shelter she used when the bombs were falling. And on her way out of the city, she took this video of shell casings on the ground. Was it difficult to leave your country?
Yes, of course.
Why?
Because it's your country. It's your land. It's so shocked. It's so sad, surprising for what's happened and for why.
She's been here for several weeks with no plans to leave. Yulia desperately wants to be back in Ukraine, but for now, she'll help however she can. Why are you doing that?
Little help, it's help. Everybody wants help Ukraine how you can.
And today, that meant everything from serving up hot drinks to guiding this woman to get her medication. However she can show people that she cares.
And at the end of our interview, a hug for us too.
Tell everybody about this story.
And a message.
Help, please. Stop at this.
We will. Thank you.
Ukraine.
Matt Rivers, CNN, Budapest, Hungary.
All right, we'll be right back after this break. Stay with CNN. We bring you now some other key stories from around the world. Actor Bruce Willis is stepping away from acting because of a health condition. His family revealed that the die-hard star is suffering from aphasia, which impacts his ability to communicate. And as a result, he'll be taking a break from Hollywood. And in China, Shanghai is reporting nearly 6,000 new COVID infections, accounting for 70% of all new cases across the country. 9 million people have been tested in a part of the city put under lockdown on Monday. The outbreak is fueling panic in China's financial hub, and Chinese authorities are clamping down with even tighter lockdown restrictions. CNN's David Culver reports from Shanghai.
Emotions in Shanghai are at a breaking point. Chinese social media showing people shoulder to shoulder, pushing to get vegetables. Panicked shoppers stocking up ahead of an unprecedented citywide lockdown. The plan is to shut Shanghai down in 2 phases. First, the eastern half from the Huangpu River, then the west. In all, some 25 million people confined to their homes. Already desperate stories emerging. This woman pleading for permission to leave her compound, saying that her husband needs his cancer treatment. This latest Omicron-fueled surge in cases is China's worst outbreak since Wuhan 2 years ago. And yet for some living in the country's international financial hub, Shanghai, this is unlike anything experienced here before. Videos circulating on social media show hundreds of COVID patients filling up crowded hospitals. So as to keep in line with President Xi Jinping's zero COVID policy, Shanghai has turned stadiums and exhibition centers into centralized makeshift hospitals. This video is from the Shanghai Expo Center, said to hold more than 6,000 patients. On Twitter, expat Emma Leaning chronicling her experience testing positive with mild symptoms, taken to the Expo Center, given just a bucket and rag to wash up every day. Just about every day outside, you hear a blaring loudspeaker with a new announcement. On this cold, rainy day, another mandatory COVID test. My neighbors and I hurried out to the nearest government testing site.
They only let us out of the gate just for the test, and then we head back in.
Once done, your neighborhood gate is locked back up. Stores and restaurants that have had just one confirmed case pass through are treated like a crime scene, roped off and disinfected. Since confirming its first Omicron case in mid-December, mainland China's average new daily case count has surged from double digits to more than 5,000. There are more than 65,000 active cases and counting. The virus has spread to 29 provinces and regions. The lockdowns and mass testing bring life to a near halt in many places and could have global economic impacts. China's Jilin province, an industrial hub, along with the steel-making center Tangshan, locked down. China's Silicon Valley, Shenzhen, is only just reopening after putting 17 million residents under lockdown for a week. Back in Shanghai, this latest lockdown is forcing Tesla's Gigafactory to hit the brakes on production, and it's already caused Shanghai Disneyland to shut its gates. This bustling metropolis powering down. To the outside world, the scenes are apocalyptic. China once again trying to prove it can contain the invisible villain. David Culver, CNN, Shanghai.
Israeli forces say they've arrested 5 people in connection with Tuesday's shooting and identified the attacker. Authorities were seen carrying out raids in the West Bank. Now, the attack started just outside Tel Aviv and 5 people were killed. The armed wing of the Palestinian Fatah movement is claiming responsibility, and this is the 3rd deadly attack in Israel within a week. Now, Israel's prime minister is urging all Israelis who can carry a gun to do so. CNN's Hadass Gold is standing by in Jerusalem. Hadass, 3 similar attacks in a very short period of time. Are they connected?
Well, we know that at least the first 2 attacks were done by people who claimed affiliation, or the Israeli security forces believe they had affiliation with ISIS. This last attack, the one that occurred on Tuesday night in the ultra-Orthodox city of Bnei Brak near Tel Aviv, that one is connected to, it was carried out by a Palestinian from the West Bank who's connected to the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade. But what is unique about them is not only how there was 3 in a week, 11 people now dead, but also that they weren't occurring in the typical hotspots that we're used to seeing violence in places like Jerusalem or the West Bank. These were happening in Israeli cities and places that typically don't see this type of violence. We spent the whole day in Bnei Brak talking to locals. Many of them were just shocked that such an action could happen in their city. I should note 2 Ukrainian citizens were also killed, as well as a driver, a father holding his baby, as well as a police officer, one of 2 who engaged the attacker. They did manage to shoot and kill him. The Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett saying that Israel is now facing what he calls a wave of murderous Arab terrorism, adding they will fight terror with an iron fist. As you noted, he is now calling on all citizens who have a license to carry a firearm to carry their guns with them at all times in order to be ready to respond to any sort of incident. The Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas has also come out condemning the attack. You should note security officials were already worried about heightened tensions ahead of, especially as a curious calendar twist, because Ramadan, Passover, and Easter are all going to overlap in the next coming weeks. So tensions have already been rising. Now there's concern that this violence will just go further. Eleni.
Hadass Gold, thank you so much for that update. And still to come tonight, an out-of-this-world show of unity, how astronauts from Russia and the US are rising above geopolitical tensions on Earth. Stay with us. Russia and the US are at odds over Ukraine, but in space, unity prevails. A NASA astronaut and 2 Russian cosmonauts have touched down after a record-breaking stint at the International Space Station. CNN's Kirsten Fisher has the story.
Yeah, Eleni, where else on Earth right now can you find this level of communication and cooperation between U.S. and Russian government officials? But this is the kind of thing that the International Space Station was designed to do, transcend these geopolitical troubles back on Earth. And it has done so successfully for more than 20 years. But the war in Ukraine testing this partnership up at the International Space Station like never before. And today this partnership passed a very critical test. And there was a lot of concern heading into today that perhaps the Russians might leave Mark Vande Hei, NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei, leave him there up at the International Space Station and just bring the 2 cosmonauts home. And that concern stemmed from a video that the head of Russia's space agency shared on social media. It was a heavily edited video that appeared to show 2 Russian cosmonauts waving goodbye to the NASA astronaut. And so that's where that concern stemmed from. Roscosmos's director general denied it. NASA said they weren't worried about it and did not take it seriously. But there was concern. Fortunately, that concern turned out to be unfounded. It was a successful and soft landing for Mark Vande Hei and his 2 Russian cosmonaut counterparts. They touched down in Kazakhstan, which is standard operating procedure for this Soyuz spacecraft. And one of the really remarkable things that we were able to see on this live feed was once they landed successfully inside Moscow's mission control, there was a sign that said, "Welcome back, Mark," in both Russian and in English. So clearly a good sign for the people that are hoping that this partnership at the space station between Russia and the United States will continue despite what's happening on the ground in Ukraine. And one more thing, Eleni, this is also a very big day for Mark Vande Hei personally. He just beat Scott Kelly's record and became the American astronaut who has spent the longest amount of time in space during a single space flight, 355 days in space. He says that he is looking forward to having a cup of coffee, real coffee, not the dehydrated astronaut kind, but he's looking forward to having a cup of coffee with his wife. The other thing he really wants when he gets back to Earth, now that he's on an airplane heading back to Houston, Texas, is that he's looking forward to some Texas chips and guacamole, which you obviously can't have when you're up in space. Eleni?
All right, thanks so much to Kirsten Fisher for that story, that heartwarming story as we say goodbye. I'm Eleni Jokos. Thank you so much for watching tonight. Stay with CNN. Quest Means Business is up next.
take a look here. 1 hour left of the trading day. Stocks are headed lower. You see the Dow there down about 160 points. And that is because investor optimism is certainly fizzling. And that could mean the end of a 4-day rally for the Dow. Those are the markets, and these are the main events. Germany and Russia try to resolve a payment crisis before it leads to shortages of natural gas. And Russia's sustained attacks on Ukraine dim hopes for peace talks. And Shanghai's lockdown is so severe that it's forcing traders to sleep at the office. It is Wednesday, March 30th. I'm Zain Asher, and my colleague Richard Quest, and this is Quest Means Business. Good evening. Tonight, Germany is warning it could face gas shortages over a payment dispute with Russia. The two leaders spoke about it on the phone today. The Kremlin wants to be paid in rubles, though the existing contracts call for euros or dollars. Germany says Vladimir Putin assured Olaf Scholz that the new law will not apply to Europe. Russia says the two agreed to keep negotiating the issue of payments. Germany issued an early warning about potential shortages on the worry that Russia might indeed cut off supply. Next level of its crisis plan would be alarm and then an emergency where government regulators ration gas. Nick Robertson joins us live now from Brussels. So Nick, if Germany refuses to pay Russia in rubles, what are the consequences? How likely is it that Russia might indeed weaponize energy in that way?
We know that President Putin views energy supplies as a political tool. We know that in the conversations he had with the leaders who were visiting him in Moscow before the war began. We know that he said it to Viktor Orban, the Hungarian Prime Minister, and he said it to others. You know, you're getting cheap gas. This is a benefit to you. Indeed, he said, following conversations with Olaf Scholz previously as well, that if the German population was unhappy that the price of gas might go up for them, then it essentially wouldn't be his fault, and they should look to their own political leaders. So absolutely, the Kremlin sees energy supplies to Europe as a tool, and the Kremlin has said they will put up or will put gas transactions into rubles as of tomorrow, the 1st of April, Friday, the 1st of April. Mario Draghi, the Italian Prime Minister, and Olaf Scholz, the German Chancellor, both had phone conversations with President Putin today. And I think you get a sense of the disagreement or the spin that Russia is putting on this situation to its own population, because the Kremlin readout of the call with the German Chancellor was that they were still in negotiations about how to pay for the gas. Germany and Olaf Scholz say they have been absolutely 100% crystal clear with Vladimir Putin that they will stick to the G7 agreement, so that's Italy as well, stick to the G7 agreement that gas, the current contracts will only be paid in dollars and in euros. The Germans say, the German Chancellor said all he asked President Putin for was some written clarification about the points that he had been making about these energy supplies. The Kremlin, of course, taking a different readout altogether. So absolutely, and it's not just Germany today that's warned its citizens to throttle back the use of energy supplies. It's the same in Austria. The Netherlands made a similar announcement as well, because there's a recognition in Europe they don't know which way the Kremlin is actually going to move on Friday, despite Olaf Scholz believing that he has an understanding from Vladimir Putin, as you said, that European nations can continue to transact these contracts in dollars and euros. But it seems the word at the Kremlin can change, is subject to change, and never quite clear when and what it will mean.
As you point out, though, Nick, Germany is preparing for the worst, telling consumers, telling businesses to reduce consumption as much as humanly possible. If Russia was to play that card, if they were to limit the amount of gas to Germany, what sort of impact would that have on the German economy?
It would have a big impact. We know that about 50% of the gas that Germany uses, the LNG, liquefied natural gas that Germany uses, comes from Russia. But that is a sort of a slightly misleading figure because the vast majority of that gas is used in the manufacturing sector in Germany, not in the sort of housing sector, if you will, that families use. So Germany is very, very, very economically heavily dependent for its output, for its manufacturing, on that gas from Germany. So inevitably it would have an impact. We heard from the European Commission President a few weeks ago, Ursula von der Leyen, saying that Europe was sort of beyond or out of the danger zone for this year. We heard Poland today, for example, say that it was going to stop using all oil products from Russia by the end of this year, that it would stop importing coal from Russia by the end of April, or at the very latest, the end of May. So all European nations are trying to get themselves in a position where they are less dependent. But the reality is, to break dependence on Russian gas and oil is estimated to take a minimum of a couple of years. Most nations, though the European Union, looking to cut its supplies from Russia by 2/3 by the end of the year. And of course, the United States has said best efforts. It will try to put up 15 billion cubic meters of liquefied natural gas to help offset what might not come from Russia. Germany, though, estimates at the moment it has about 25% of its gas storage tanks at 25% capacity.
Nick Robertson, live for us there. Thank you so much. All right, Claire Sebastian actually took a look at the urgency of redrawing Europe's energy map and what the United States' role might be.
The European Recovery Program, the Marshall Plan.
74 years after the United States launched a package of economic aid to help rebuild post-war Europe, the war in Ukraine has European economies again looking to the US as they scramble to redesign their energy future to end decades of reliance on Russia.
At this point in our history, what is going to be our version of the Marshall Plan for clean and secure energy?
Liquefied natural gas, or LNG, will be critical. Just 6 years after the first export cargo set off from the mainland United States, the US became the world's top exporter of LNG in January, with significant growth potential.
We're going to work to ensure an additional 15 billion cubic meters of liquefied natural gas, LNG, for Europe this year.
15 billion cubic meters, though, is less than 10% of the natural gas that the EU imported from Russia last year. Helpful in the short term, analysts say, but not much of a defence if Russia decides to turn off the taps.
The issue comes, obviously, if there are Russian supply disruptions. And in that case, unfortunately, even with that LNG, the situation could be extremely difficult for Europe.
While gas runs through pipelines, LNG requires specialised terminals to liquefy it before loading onto ships and regasify it on arrival.
The places where European countries are rushing to try and build additional infrastructure is Germany and Italy. Germany doesn't have any regas capacity at the moment, and Italy has very little.
Building those terminals takes several years. A quicker option is to use specialised ships, known as floating storage regasification units, that can be installed in a matter of months. European countries are now racing to source these. Russia predictably says diversifying away from its fossil fuels is impossible. The country's deputy prime minister warning in a recent address to the Russian parliament that without Russian hydrocarbons, the global market would collapse. Experts agree right now there's no direct replacement. For the longer term, the EU and US say this will accelerate efforts to generate more renewable energy.
The climate is not going to wait on our efforts to confront autocrats. Both crises need addressing now.
There's not a moment to lose. Germany activated an early warning Wednesday amid fears of possible gas shortages after G7 countries refused Russia's demand to pay for gas in rubles. And now attention also turns to OPEC and OPEC Plus, which includes Russia. They are meeting on Thursday and have so far resisted pressure to accelerate planned oil production increases to help stabilize the market. Claire Sebastian, CNN, London.
All right, still to come here on Quest Means Business. One of the busiest cities in the world suddenly takes on the feel of a ghost town. What a lockdown in Shanghai means for China and for the world. Just yesterday, Russia said it would reduce its military activity around Kyiv and Chernihiv. On the ground today, the world is seeing a very, very different picture. Officials in both cities reporting continued shelling and airstrikes by Russian forces, including on residential buildings, shopping malls, and other civilian places. Chernihiv's mayor spoke with CNN this morning from the devastated city centre.
They actually have increased the intensity of strikes. Today we've had a colossal mortar attack on the center of Chernihiv. 25 people have been wounded and are now in hospital. They're all civilians. Russia says that it is fighting the Ukrainian armed forces. That's another lie, because Russia is deliberately exterminating civilians.
CNN's Fred Pleitgen joins us now from Kyiv, which is just south of Chernihiv. So Fred, as we know, Russia has basically said that they plan to de-escalate in and around Kyiv. A lot of people saying that is clearly not the case. What they say is de-escalation is actually, in fact, according to analysts, just a repositioning. What are you seeing and hearing on the ground?
Well, certainly not seeing any sort of de-escalation. In fact, I'd say the shooting that we're seeing around here and hearing around here, Zane, especially of very heavy weapons. Like if you look at artillery, for instance, it's a lot heavier than we have been seeing over the past couple of weeks at all. And it's something that was going on all night, last night, throughout the entire day today. And I've actually just come back from the area around the district of Irpin, which is, of course, one of those sort of frontline suburbs in the northwest of Kyiv, where a lot of the fighting has been going on. And there was just constant, massive shelling going on there. There was artillery shelling, heavy multiple rocket launchers as well. So if there is some sort of scaling down of military activities, we certainly haven't seen that here yet. However, I did actually speak to today both the Ukrainian military and also the Ukrainian Interior Ministry, and they did say that they had some evidence to suggest that some Russian forces may be leaving this area, but they believe that it's some sort of regrouping that's going on rather than a full drawdown. And they certainly don't believe that it's some sort of goodwill gesture by the Russians to create trust with Ukraine. They simply believe that the Russians came down here, they got beaten by the Ukrainians, they took heavy losses, and now have to move some of their units out, Zane.
Clearly, the Russians thought it was going to be much easier, Fred, to take Kyiv than it has proved to be. What has been the strategy on the Ukrainian side as they continue to desperately fight to defend their capital city?
Yeah, I mean, look, the Ukrainians have been quite smart about the defense of the city. And I think one thing that we always have to point out is the Ukrainians very quickly made this a really fortified city. You go here, there's checkpoints everywhere. They're all very strong, fortified checkpoints that could hold up tanks at least for a while. So it's very difficult for anybody to get into this city. And they've done that in the defenses leading up to Kyiv as well. At the same time, the Russians also, they really did seem to think, and I talked about this with a Ukrainian soldier yesterday, they really did seem to think they were just going to waltz into the city and be greeted with flowers. In some cases, there were columns of vehicles that came in here that just sort of made their way to the city on the regular highway. And of course, they were met with fierce resistance. And then when that resistance came, the Ukrainians managed to hold them up. And a lot of that has to do with the modern weapons that they've been getting from the U.S. and its allies, some of those anti-tank weapons where they've clearly used guerrilla tactics to hit some of these convoys and stop those convoys and then hit them with artillery. And I also think, Zane, one of the other things that's really important is that the air defenses that Ukraine has are still very much working. We still see some of these longer range anti-air weapons working. Obviously, helicopters also being shot down by shoulder-fired missiles. And, having been in a lot of war zones in the past, it's almost unheard of to be standing here where I am right now and not hearing a lot of air activity over our heads. But that's clearly the case. The Russian Air Force clearly can't bring its full power to bear here in the Kiev area. And that's really one thing that's also helping the Ukrainians and allowing their troops and their units to operate against the Russian military as it tried to enter the city here, Zane.
Fred Pleitgen, live for us there. Thank you so much. All right, let's take a look and see how markets in Europe reacted to all of this. The major averages mostly in the red after all closing up the previous day as fears about the Ukraine conflict outweighed optimism about peace talks. The calls between Scholz and Putin was reported after markets closed in Europe only. The commodity-heavy FTSE index in London finished up today. thanks to rising commodity prices. All right, to China now, and an alarming new surge in COVID cases in Shanghai. Officials say the city recorded nearly 6,000 new infections on Tuesday. It entered a staggered lockdown this week, requiring millions of people to be tested. David Culver looks at how they're responding.
Emotions in Shanghai are at a breaking point. Chinese social media showing people shoulder to shoulder, pushing to get vegetables. Panicked shoppers stocking up ahead of an unprecedented citywide lockdown. The plan is to shut Shanghai down in 2 phases. First, the eastern half from the Huangpu River, then the west. In all, some 25 million people confined to their homes. Already desperate stories emerging. This woman pleading for permission to leave her compound, saying that her husband needs his cancer treatment. This latest Omicron-fueled surge in cases is China's worst outbreak since Wuhan 2 years ago. And yet for some living in the country's international financial hub, Shanghai, this is unlike anything experienced here before. Videos circulating on social media show hundreds of COVID patients filling up crowded hospitals. So as to keep in line with President Xi Jinping's zero COVID policy, Shanghai has turned stadiums and exhibition centers into centralized makeshift hospitals. This video is from the Shanghai Expo Center, said to hold more than 6,000 patients. On Twitter, expat Emma Leaning chronicling her experience testing positive with mild symptoms, taken to the Expo Center, given just a bucket and rag to wash up every day. Just about every day outside, you hear a blaring loudspeaker with a new announcement. On this cold, rainy day, another mandatory COVID test. My neighbors and I hurried out to the nearest government testing site.
They only let us out of the gate just for the test, and then we head back in.
Once done, your neighborhood gate is locked back up. Stores and restaurants that have had just one confirmed case pass through are treated like a crime scene, roped off and disinfected. Since confirming its first Omicron case in mid-December,